Midwives Educational Summit. So glad to see everyone this morning. Hopefully you're there. If you're hearing this message, then you're not having trouble logging on. If you're not hearing this message, then you are. So hopefully you're hearing the message. I'm Brian Francis, Executive Director with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. And I don't know if any of you've heard, but I'm going to be retiring at the end of January. And this is no cry December for me, so I'm not going to cry about it. It's a choice I've made and decision, but it's a tough one, very difficult decision. I will tell you that when I look back over my career, one of the things I'll be most proud of is this educational summit. I think the commitment that I made early on when the program came to our agency to really build a home for midwives, a place that they can be honored and respected. And I think this educational summit is so important to nurturing that relationship. We've seen some great strides made with the collaboration between TDLR and the advisory board, and I fully expect that those will continue. We've got the great Katie Bryce and Mary Hoffman and Caleb Potter and Mary Winston and Derek Burkhalter. They're still here. They still have a heart for this service, and they're going to make sure that this agency continues to be a place and to be a home for midwives as we move forward. One of the things I'd like to touch on is, wow, COVID has really changed the game, but in a way that I don't think we all expected. It really shined the light on the safety and the intimacy and the preferred delivery of births through midwives. From everything I've read, all the data I've looked at, there's been a dramatic increase in the interest and demand and the use of midwifery during COVID. And I think that's just an important statement to think about during this pandemic and one of the most troubling and disturbing health issues that we've ever faced, that people ran back to midwifery saying, this is a safe space. This is the place where I want to bring life into this world. And I think that's incredible. I know firsthand because I am now a 5-month and 24-year-old granddaddy. And I'm grateful that Lori Fremgen was the midwife for my daughter-in-law and my son through this process. And I saw what she gave them, which was maturity and understanding and comfort through a very challenging birth. But they were blessed to have her, and I'm blessed to have her now as a different part of my family. She's always been a part, but now she's like really woven in to the lives of my family. So I'm grateful for that. I have the pleasure and honor of introducing our next speaker, but I will tell you this, this may be my last, this will be my last meeting as the executive director, but it will not be my last Midwife Educational Summit. As long as I can get links to it, I'm coming back. So Katie and Kayla, y'all keep me on the distribution list. It's really my pleasure and honor to introduce somebody that's been important to my leadership and my development, my growth. One of the folks that has invested her time, her heart, and her passion in this program, and it's Commissioner Helen Callier.
Thank you, Mr. Francis, Executive Director Francis. It's an honor. I'm truly, I think the last Midwife Summit I was in attendance was in San Marcos, if I remember, and it was just for me, it was a chilly morning, but it was a fantastic day to be there. It's an honor for me to be here this morning. Earlier this week at the commissioners meeting, we approved the latest rounds of rules. And I can tell you for me, and I'm probably happy that I was virtual. That was a touching moment for me for that effort, because when I first came on the commission several years ago, there were a couple of cases that were quite gut wrenching from my perspective, and we knew there needed to be a change. And so the effort began to start making some changes in the rulings so it could be a positive impact for mothers, fathers, and babies. And so my focus in this effort tied to the rules, my focus with being involved with the midwives, licensees in the program is that it's about a higher level of service, right? It's about a higher level of giving, right? From what we did with the rules, it's a higher level of giving, and to mothers, to their babies, and to fathers, right? It's a family affair. And so what has transpired will make a huge difference for Texans. And I'm so grateful for that. Madam Chair Lori, thank you for your efforts. That was huge. The work group with Dr. Guillory, obviously from the commissioner's side, Dr. Callis, who is spot on. He's a hammer, but he's a hammer for life, right? He's a hammer and focused on life, and the other members of the work group committee. So continue to do what you're doing. I am grateful for your service, each and every one of you. I appreciate your passion for what you're doing as well. And shout at me anytime if I can be of some assistance. And like Brian, I will continue to be on this distribution to be of assistance. But thank you for making a difference for Texans, right? For Texans. Thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome to our second virtual Midwives Educational Summit. I'm Kayla Potter with the Education and Examination Division, and I want to give a special thank you to our Executive Director, Brian Francis, and our wonderful Commissioner, Helen Callier, for your comments and starting off this summit. So I have a few brief housekeeping announcements to make before we get underway regarding the continuing education credits. This summit is worth 6 CE hours, and in order to receive full credit, because no partial credit can be given, attendees should have registered for Part 1 of the summit and should remain logged into the event for the entire length of Part 1. If you do experience technical difficulties during the summit, please try logging off and then back on to see if that resolves the issue. And if that doesn't work and you're experiencing audio or sound issues, please let us know in the chat feature so we can try and troubleshoot with you, or you can send us an email. So some of you may also be gathered together to participate in the summit, which is great, but we need you to be logged into your own device under your own credentials in order for our system to register that you've attended. And if you've registered with your TDLR midwifery license number, you will receive the CE certificate via email next week. If you're a student or a non-licensed attendee, you'll receive a participation certificate instead. And if you don't receive your certificate within that time frame, please check your spam or junk filter first. If it's still missing, go ahead and contact us using the web form on the contact page for Education and Examination website. Thank you so much for participating, and I'm going to hand it over to Katie Bryce.
Thanks, Kayla. Let me see here. Let's go to the next screen. I want to share our advisory board members with you all. We are lucky to have some of our advisory board members actually giving presentations today. And I want to make a statement to please realize that we may have a quorum present at any given time today, and we must refrain from discussing advisory board business during the Midwives Educational Summit or later in the breakout sessions. This is the agenda for today. I know some people are going to want to know when to expect breaks and lunch. We will have 2 presentations this morning, followed by a break, and then 1 more presentation before we go to lunch. We're hoping for the breaks to be between 10 and 15 minutes each, and shooting for an hour for lunch. If we're having some technical difficulties or things, this may change. This is sort of going to be a fluid outline for today, but hopefully we'll be able to stay on track and stay on time. And so since we have so much to cover, we're going to go straight into the presentations. I also want to say, please remember that views expressed are those of the presenter. They do not constitute legal advice and are not official opinions of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. So we will start with our first presentation. It is a Group B strep management presentation given by Lori Fremgen. Lori has been on the Midwifery Board, the Texas Midwifery Board, and the Midwives Advisory Board since 2006 and is currently the presiding officer of the Midwives Advisory Board. Lori is a licensed midwife with a solo home birth practice in Austin. She has been attending births since 1996. Lori is committed to preserving traditional midwifery and blending it with current best evidence-based practices. And I will stop sharing my screen so Lori can start to share hers.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Brian, I am so sad to see you go. It's a heartbreak. You've been incredible in ushering us into this agency. And then Commissioner Collier, I want to just thank you so much for all of your help with just with the midwifery program overall. It's been really wonderful working with you. Before I start, I want to say that my phone is blowing up and everybody's having troubles getting on. And I'm not sure there are actually any midwives on right now. So I don't know what to do about that.
Lori, we do have 24 people who are logged in and attending right now, and more people keep coming in. But I will continue to work with Michael to see if we can get something resolved there.
Yeah, if you could resend the email, maybe the invite or something that I'm trying to tell them how to get on the way I did, but they're all having trouble.
Thank you. We'll try to work on that. And we are recording this, so it will be available for viewing later. And since we're having technical difficulties, Kayla in education and examination will keep that in mind when she's, looking at the attendance register.
Okay, great. Okay, so I just click share on the bottom here. Just a second. It's coming slowly. All right, I'm not sure what's going on here.
Help you. Do you want me to pull the presentation up and go through it, or do you want to?
We could do it that way. Mine's kind of stuck in a.
Okay, let me bring it up. I have it right here.
Okay.
And Laurie,
yes,
you are great. Hi, it's Mary.
Hi,
You
Mary.
are great. Don't concentrate on, we'll get the technical stuff together, and
Okay.
we had the forethought to get this recorded. So everyone will be able to get credit, and we are working in the background to get it going. So you just do your thing that you're so great with, and we're going to make sure that all the midwives can get to the content.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Okay, so I am going to talk about GBS, which is also known as group beta strep or strep B. I believe this was a case that came up for in one of the complaints, and like midwifery practice, it's just like there's just so much to learn and so much to know about midwifery. So this presentation is going to be slightly basic, but it's going to go over the current recommendations and then also talk about anecdotal evidence, using anecdotal evidence and scientific evidence. So GBS or strep B is the leading cause of neonatal infection and sepsis, and that can take the form of meningitis or pneumonia or sepsis. So it can be the inflammation of the spine and the spinal fluid, an infection in the lungs in the form of pneumonia, or an infection in the blood. This is a really common bacteria. It's found in our intestines. And in some people, it migrates down to the rectum or the vagina or the urinary tract. For most people, it's symptomless, although older people like senior citizens whose bodies are weak and have some pre-existing conditions can actually get sick from GBS. So, but in our population of people, it's most likely going to be symptomless. And before universal screening, which is what's the common approach in the United States, There were approximately 7,600 cases of infected infants. And that's what GBS looks like. It's actually kind of pretty. All right, Katie, thanks. Okay, so it's important to realize the difference between being colonized and being infected. So being colonized just means that the bacteria is present, but it's not causing symptoms. And this is going to be the vast majority of people that we see. And then an infection means that there is an active infection actually making someone sick. So there's going to be two different ways we need to talk about GBS. Interestingly, of the colonized people, approximately 50% of the people colonized with GBS will pass it on to their baby if no antibiotics are used. That colonizes the baby. Now, not all babies are going to get sick from being colonized. So the babies that actually develop an infection is 1 to 2% of that 50%. So we're talking about a really small number of babies. But of course, when that baby does get sick, it can be devastating. Okay, go ahead, Katie. Thanks. And this is just a little description of the colonization to infection. And you can see you can be contaminated, colonized, critically colonized, and then an infection where there's an issue that needs to be addressed. So there are some people who are at higher risk than others, and we can just go through this list. So about 10 to 30% of pregnant people in the US are colonized with GBS. I think in my practice, it's probably about 25% of people. So that's enough people where this is an ongoing issue. I suspect most midwives have fallen in that range somewhere. There are some racial disparities that are connected to who's at risk. So there's higher rates in African-American pregnant women and babies. It's also higher in people less than 20 years old. And it's also higher in people who have multiple sexual partners. There's nothing written, no evidence that this is a sexually transmitted bacteria, but if you can kind of deduce that if people with multiple sexual partners are at higher risk, then it's possible that it can be shared. And some midwives will treat both the mom and the dad if you're doing pre-labor treatment, which we'll get into later. But there's no evidence that it's sexually shared, but it's possible. And then people who have chronic illnesses like diabetes, obesity, and other cardiovascular disease, they're at higher risk. And generally, these are going to be the senior citizens. But of course, pregnant women can fall into these categories as well. Women who've had a previous baby with a GBS infection are at a very high risk of having another baby with a GBS infection. And regardless of whether or not GBS is present, should probably be treated. Prolonged rupture of membranes is a risk. Preterm delivery is a risk, and fever during labor. But when you get down to it, really anyone can have GBS, and those might be some of the risk factors, but really it's possible for anybody to have it. So what we're trying to prevent, there's a couple of things. We're trying to prevent preterm birth. People who are colonized have an increased risk of preterm birth, but the preterm birth risk increases significantly if the mom has had a UTI or urinary tract infection from GBS. So that any any woman who's had a UTI with GBS is at a much higher risk for their baby either coming too early or getting sick. The death rate of babies that contract early onset GBS infection is about 2 to 3% in full-term babies. And it jumps significantly when the baby is less than 33 weeks to 20 and 30% of infected preterm infants will die. That's a huge, huge jump. So for the babies who do survive GBS infection, they have an increased risk of hearing and vision loss. They have an increased risk of developmental delays, paralysis, and other health problems. That might be related to the antibiotics that are used to treat the baby, but it also might be just linked to the GBS itself. So there are two different ways that the GBS can show itself. One is called an early onset infection, and those symptoms usually appear within 24 to 48 hours, but can appear earlier. Generally, when they appear within 12 hours of life, it's suggested that maybe the baby was already septic before it was born, before labor started. So there's no real evidence to support that, but it's a suggestion. Uh-oh. Thank you. Thank you. And then the other way that early onset starts is from direct transfer from the mother to baby. If the mother is colonized and has a high colonization, chances are that the baby is going to be infected. There's also the late set or the late onset of infection, and that usually appears 7 to 30 days from birth. And the evidence is saying that it's most likely from somebody who is like either infected or colonized in the family who's coming in contact with the baby. It's not necessarily from the birth. Again, this is, they're guessing about this. Okay. So the signs of GBS infection in a baby, this is something to look for in, I mean, certainly we're going to have clients who are going to decline antibiotics in labor. It's certainly their right to do so. But you should be paying attention postpartum. So the signs to look for are respiratory distress, which is, grunting, difficulty breathing, rapid breathing, a baby that's moaning, a baby that's sleepy or unresponsive, a baby that is inconsolable. They're just crying, crying, crying. A baby that's unusually floppy, not able to nurse, a temperature that's either too low or too high. I know sometimes we only think about the too high part, but too low is also another indication of GBS infection. Abnormal skin color, gray or blotchy. I had a baby years ago who was actually born with a GBS infection and was born gray, despite, breathing and everything. And not needing to be resuscitated. So that it was very obvious. The babies can also have tachycardia or bradycardia, low blood pressure, and low blood sugar. And I don't know if you can see this, but this is what the blotchy skin looks like. If you could actually, I just Googled a picture of blotchy skin GBS infection, and this was one of the best ones that came up, but you can see there's like red blotches on the baby's face. And then on the next one, here you can see the baby is gray. That is not a healthy baby right there. That's a very sick baby. And then, of course, signs of respiratory distress. We go over this every time we take neonatal resuscitation. We should be experts in this, but I thought I would go over them. It's pale skin, flared nostrils, bluish in the hands, but with newborns, it's going to be blue around the mouth, in the face. Rapid breathing, where the belly looks like it's really struggling, and the skin pulled really tight on the chest. And here we can watch a video of a baby having retractions when it's breathing. I always think it's helpful to be reminded of what this looks like.
Lori, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to play the video.
Okay, no
It's not
problem.
giving me an option. I apologize.
No problem. So if y'all want to be reminded, I think it's good to just kind of keep your mind fresh on all this stuff. I got this off of YouTube. Just YouTube retractions, and you'll get this video, and you can watch it. It's like 20 seconds long. So, oh. Okay. So I found this part very interesting, the accuracy of the tests. It's with the universal approach that we use here in the US, generally you screen women at 35 to 36 weeks of pregnancy. The test is considered valid for 5 weeks. So if you test somebody at 35 weeks, and they go to 41 weeks of their pregnancy, that test is considered invalid and you technically should retest them. Interestingly, 9% of the people who test negative actually become GBS positive by the time they go into labor. I was surprised to read that statistic. I did not realize it was that high. And then 16% of those who test positive actually do the opposite and become GBS negative by the time they go into labor. So you can see the accuracy of the test is, not 100%. We see that with COVID. There's so many questions about COVID testing. Dr. Nix is going to get into that later on today. But tests are not 100% perfect. So the universal approach, I mentioned this a couple of times. In the United States, all pregnant people are screened between 35 and 37 weeks of their pregnancy, and all who are positive receive IV antibiotic prophylaxis during labor. So it's a universal approach. It is just across the board. It doesn't matter if you're higher risk or lower risk for having a baby that's infected. This is the standard approach. This approach is endorsed by ACOG and ACNM. But interestingly, and we'll go into this a little bit later on, in the United Kingdom, the Royal College of Obstetricians does not recommend testing for all pregnant women. It actually believes that testing does not determine which babies will become infected. And if you look at the statistics, 50%, 1% of the 50% of the colonized people, that's an extremely low number of babies that get infected. And so I think there actually is, they're onto something here. So go ahead, Katie. So the other approach that other countries take is called a risk-based approach. Pregnant women are generally not screened before labor, and prophylactic antibiotics are given in labor if risk factors are present. And those risk factors include the GBS bacteria in the urine at any point in pregnancy, a preterm birth, meaning less than 37 weeks, a prolonged rupture of membranes, meaning rupture of membranes greater than 18 hours, a previous birth resulting in a baby with a GBS infection, and interpartum fever. And this is the approach that is used in the UK, in New Zealand, in the Netherlands, and many other European countries. So we're actually, the way that the US approaches it are the outliers. the U.S. has some justification for it, and whatever, it's valid. But this is also a completely valid approach as well. It's just not standard here. So screening with risk factors approach. This is generally going to be the approach that most midwives are going to take. It's kind of more in line with our model of care. And that's going to be universal screening at 35 to 37 weeks, and then a risk-based approach to all GBS positive women. So the risk-based approach was the previous list that we went through. This definitely reduces the use of antibiotics, but it's not endorsed by any major medical groups. There's somebody knocking at my door. They can wait. Okay. Okay, and then again, ACNM and ACOG and the CDC all are in alignment with each other, and they recommend universal screening at approximately 36 weeks with vaginal rectal cultures. Culture results are valid for 5 weeks, and all pregnant people who test positive should receive intrapartum antibiotics unless a pre-labor cesarean with intact membranes is the plan. But I believe people who have C-sections get antibiotics anyway. So we can go to the next one. So in New Zealand, this is their approach is based on research from 2014. Their guidelines use the risk-based approach. They recommend repeating the GBS testing at 35 weeks if a previous swab earlier in the pregnancy was positive. And then if a premature rupture of membranes at term, they don't recommend antibiotics unless the rupture of membranes has been greater than 18 hours. Okay, in the United Kingdom, it's very similar. They offer antibiotics if the rupture of membranes is before 37 weeks, if a previous baby has been infected, and then they also induce if the person is GBS positive, it has a known positive test, and rupture of membranes after 37 weeks. They try to get the labor moving so that the baby has less exposure time. But they still have no routine screening. So the recommendations for antibiotics, this is from the CDC, is to treat with penicillin or ampicillin. They say that this decreases the GBS infection rate by 83%, so that's pretty significant. Penicillin rapidly crosses the placenta and enters into the fetal circulation. And so I think this is important for you, for our clients to know that IV penicillin use will go into the baby. It should be given every 4 hours, at least 4 hours prior to birth. If you cannot get it in 4 hours, like if you're having a super fast labor, 2 hours still offers some protection. So in 2019, ACOG added a recommendation for testing for penicillin allergies unless there's a known history of penicillin allergies. The antibiotics that are used instead of penicillin are clindamycin and erythromycin. But interestingly, resistance to clindamycin and erythromycin is growing. And so it makes doing susceptibility testing for GBS really important. So the other thing that's happening is if the mom is allergic to penicillin and receives clindamycin or erythromycin in pregnancy, it can be resistant as well, and it can give other ampicillin resistant bacteria such as E. coli a chance to grow. They only see this in babies with like low birth weight babies or preterm babies, but this is something that's important to consider. This is in the ACNM position statement on GBS, if you're interested in finding that. Again, if there's a known history of penicillin allergy, you should run a susceptibility report to determine the best antibiotic use. I kind of wish that labs just automatically did that. That would be really nice. And then, of course, if the GBS status is unknown, then you give antibiotics according to the risk factors. So, of course, you know, our clients are going to be probably a little bit more concerned about the use of antibiotic use than maybe you're going to generally see in the hospital population. But the concerns regarding antibiotic use are allergic reactions. I mean, some people may have never had an allergic reaction, but could develop one. There's an increased opportunity for antibiotic-resistant organisms. There's a known link between antibiotic use and yeast infections and thrush. The research I found says about 15% will develop a yeast infection or thrush. I think it's got to be higher than that, in my experience anyways. Antibiotic use in labor is actually linked to childhood obesity and asthma. So I think that's very interesting. There's no scientific studies done on the short and long-term effects of the infant's gut microbiome. But this is a huge topic of conversation in the alternative health community. Many people thinking that issues in the microbiome lead to all kinds of problems, autoimmune issues, cancer, allergies, you know, you name it. And then of course, using antibiotics actually medicalizes the birth process. So, you know, at home, we're trying to keep interventions to a minimum. So this is what thrush looks like. That is a bummer for that baby. That hurts. And this is what a penicillin allergy looks like on a baby and on a mom. So I think for me, skin things are really hard to determine when you look at them. So I always like to refresh my memory on what different skin conditions look like. And then here's a list of allergic reactions. It includes hives, wheezing, difficulty swallowing, swelling of the throat, and anaphylaxis. And if you have anaphylaxis at home, that is a real bummer. So, and then of course, yeast infections, that's what yeast discharge looks like. Okay, so I wanted to take just a moment to talk about evidence-based versus anecdotal evidence. I think this is an important conversation. Generally speaking, because midwifery care is so physiologic-based, evidence-based, we are evidence-based care. I mean, all the evidence supports midwifery care. All the statistics show that our care is excellent and provides excellent outcomes and is just as safe or safer as the hospital. We all know this. But we also approach our practice with anecdotal evidence. And so let's talk about that a little bit. Anecdotal evidence relies heavily on personal experience. And so the longer you're in practice, the more anecdotal experience and personal experience you're going to have. And you can look back on some of your experiences and be like, oh yeah, I remember that baby that was born gray, for example. Anecdotal evidence should be used as a complement to scientific evidence-based research. So it shouldn't be used instead of, or it shouldn't be undervalued. It should be used as a complement. And anecdotal evidence can also be misused. You know, you can take that one experience that you had and then it creates a whole story of what should or should not happen in the future. Everybody is guilty of that. Doctors, nurses, midwives, everybody is guilty of that. So you just want to kind of check yourself if you have that one experience that is maybe an outlier. Midwifery practice relies on anecdotal evidence, and I think the collective knowledge of midwives certainly from our community, from our state, from the country, and from the world actually matters. And that's actually valid knowledge, especially given that midwifery has been around since the dawn of humanity. That is a huge, huge collective wisdom to draw upon. And then I can't help but point out that scientific evidence in the obstetric world is skewed towards medicine because all the studies take place within the medical model, and the medical model includes intervention. There are very few births that have no intervention in the medical model. So this makes midwifery care the control group because it centers around normal physiologic birth. And the medical model of care actually will never have an accurate control group because there's always intervention. So, and then the other thing just to remember about anecdotal evidence is that there are very few studies actually done on anecdotal evidence. You know, we know of a few studies on some of the herbs that we use. There's no studies that I'm aware of on homeopathy. I could be wrong. But these are things that we use, and we use it based on collective knowledge and wisdom. Okay, so let's go into some alternative treatments, and this is going to be anecdotal-based evidence with some in vitro evidence, meaning some studies have been done. And those treatments, I think probably every midwife has discussed these 5 treatments with their clients: garlic, probiotics, tea tree oil, chlorhexidine, and colloidal silver. So let's take a moment to actually really look at each one and break it down. So garlic. Garlic is known to reduce colonization. It actually kills GBS within about 3 hours in a Petri dish. So we are making the assumption that if it kills it in a Petri dish, it will kill it in the vagina as well. But this has never actually been tested on people. But many midwives from across the country, because they're the midwives I speak to the most, use this approach for all kinds of different vaginal infections, including yeast infections, BV, and then GBS as well. So, okay, the next one is probiotics. It has been shown that lactobacilli actually will inhibit the growth of GBS because it increases the acidity of the environment. So it's not actually growing more good bacteria. It's not actually killing GBS. It's just changing the pH of the environment, and then the environment is the thing that actually kills the GBS. So there's a small body of evidence that says using probiotics may actually prevent or treat GBS. I personally, just let my clients know this, and most of them end up taking probiotics during their pregnancy and continue to take it regardless of their GBS status. The 2 lactobacilli in particular, Reuters and rhamnosus, have been shown to change the result of GBS colonization to negative in 43% of the women taking it. I found that on PubMed. That was from 2016. I think that's significant. And some midwives recommend oral probiotics, and some recommend using like a suppository. Okay, and then you can't discount the food sources of probiotics. We all know them: yogurt, kimchi, miso, kombucha, fermented foods. There's a lot. Okay, next let's look at tea tree oil. Tea tree oil is known to have antiseptic qualities, meaning it can kill bacteria and viruses. If you talk to the essential oil people, they are big believers in that. But tea tree oil, it's from Australia, and it's been used by the Aboriginals for thousands of years. So thousands of years of use has some validity to it. And then many midwives do this. And then also on the essential oil forums, people are using tea tree oil to treat various vaginal infections, yeast infections, and so on. So chlorhexidine, let's talk about this one. This is a surgical soap. It's a topical disinfectant that kills bacteria on contact. It's why it's used, pre-surgery. I know there's several different surgical soaps that are used. This is just one. When it comes in contact with GBS, it can kill GBS and have an anti-GBS effect for about 3 to 6 hours. It has been shown to be safe when used. It has been shown to reduce the colonization by about 28%. So, but this is important to notice, it does not reduce the number of infections. It might reduce colonization, but it does not reduce the number of infections in babies. It does not prevent possible ascent of the bacteria into the amniotic fluid, and it does not prevent GBS infection before birth. Thanks. So I don't know who else using this. I really wish a lot of midwives were on here. I'm so curious who's actually using this as a treatment. It has been used on and off for years by many different midwives. You just dilute the chlorhexidine in water and use it as like a douche, a gentle douching. I personally don't use it anymore. I don't like the idea of using the soap. But I'm just curious. I'm curious who actually uses it still. Okay. And then the next one. So here, just a quickie little picture showing like how the GBS actually ascends. You can see in the vagina, there's a lot of bacteria, and then maybe one will creep up. And the bacteria actually has to go through many layers to get into the amniotic fluid. So if the membranes are intact, it's going to be very rare for the GBS, or very difficult for the GBS to get through all these layers to get into the amniotic fluid, but it's still possible. Okay, and then let's talk about colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is known to have antibacterial and antifungal properties. No one has ever looked at the safety of using colloidal silver in pregnancy. If any of you know Aviva Ram, she does not recommend it in pregnancy. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think maybe you can use it topically. I'm not sure if you want to ingest it. Anyways, it's been known to treat vaginal infections and treats them well, effectively, I should say. But again, no studies have been done. So reducing the risk. Some of the ways that we can reduce the risk of GBS infection in the babies is to actually consider using natural induction techniques if there's premature rupture of membranes. There is no clear evidence that induction reduces the incidence of infection, but it will reduce it if antibiotics are used. Sorry, that's not phrased quite right. Limiting vaginal exams. There is some evidence that shows that limiting vaginal exams will reduce the risk of infection. I tend to think that this is probably going to be more of an issue in the hospital where there's more women, and nurses and doctors are going from person to person and making sure, you know, good hand washing techniques and all of that. When it's just one midwife and one client, I don't think this is as big of an issue. Again, you can use antibiotic prophylaxis. That's according to the CDC recommendations. There's some evidence that shows that vitamin C and collagen actually will decrease the risk of PROM, and which can, you know, lead to less incidence of infection and possible contamination to the baby. And then, of course, if you want to, with good informed consent, you could use some of those alternative therapies for reducing the colonization. So informed choice and refusal, this is a huge part of midwifery care. It's kind of the hallmark of midwifery care. The Association of Ontario Midwives recommends offering all methods of testing and treatment to clients through informed choice discussion. So they recommend discussing universal approach, risk-based approach, screening with risk factors approach. When alternative treatments are offered, it should be clear that there is no scientific evidence to support the treatment, but maybe some anecdotal evidence that might support it. Offering like a written ICA or informed choice agreement with the evidence and the options is actually ideal for true informed choice. I have a book that I send to people. I call it the GBS book when someone tests positive. And it basically extracts this information and information from the evidence-based birth article, if any of you are familiar with that article on GBS, and lays out the numbers, the risks, what makes person higher risk, what makes a baby a higher risk of becoming infected, what your alternative treatments are. I should say that if people opt to do it, they will begin, if they're positive, they begin taking vitamin C and garlic suppository and probiotics. And I would say maybe about 50% have been able to become GBS negative in doing that treatment. They, of course, continue to do the treatment until the baby is born. They should not stop doing that. So my anecdotal evidence suggests that some of those alternative treatments actually do work to decrease the colonization rate. If a client chooses informed refusal, which is certainly their right, the refusal should be documented in your client chart. And then it definitely needs to be revisited if the risk factors change. Like, for example, if she goes into labor before 37 weeks, it should be revisited. If her water breaks and is broken for a prolonged period of time, it should be revisited, and so on. And ultimately, this is what we're going for. Healthy mom, healthy baby. And that is it. These are the sources that I used. I should also say that Brielle Epstein put this presentation together, and I did some editing on it. So thank you, Brielle. I really appreciate your help. And I was kind of wanting to have a little bit of a conversation with some of the midwives and just see what midwives are doing and how they're addressing GBS. I'm not sure if anybody's interested in sharing.
Hi, Lori. We do have the chat feature enabled. So if anyone has any questions for Lori or would like to make any comments or provide feedback, please, everyone, put that into the chat. If you don't see your chat, you can go to, I think, the view button and try to pull that up, or use the little icon in the bottom right-hand corner of chat to pull it up and enter a message in. I know that we are having people with, technical difficulties. We are working on that right now. I know Michael is trying to help people on a case-by-case basis as they're contacting him. Let's see, we do have something that comes in the chat and it says, hi, thank you for that. I linked some evidence about newborn microbiome changes following ABX administration.
Oh, great. Are those the links just above?
I believe so.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, my phone is still blowing up. So.
Yeah, it appears that people are having more success with being able to log in using the phone link.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to help people, as we find out. So I have another thing in the chat that says, I created a new GBS informed consent and included the risk-based approach as well as the universal approach and gave options for each. Thank you for sharing today.
Great.
Let's see. Looks like that's all I have right now.
Okay.
But I think what we're going to do right now, our next presenter is Anissa, and I think we're going to try to just do about a 10-minute break to give our IT people a little more opportunity to try to help getting people logged in. So let's see, I did get another question.
Yeah.
I did have one question. Last I heard, ABX is recommended if positive at any time in pregnancy, even if treated. For example, if a UTI at 10 weeks is treated, then the parent is negative to always treat them as positive anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. If you have a positive GBS in the urinary tract, that is considered always positive.
Right. I do want to point out, Lori, that we have 80 people logged in right now. So there are people
Okay,
watching and listening to you.
Okay.
So don't feel like you're just out there talking to yourself.
I'm just telling you all about it, Katie.
So that's good news. At least we're getting some people on, and we will be posting this, the recording and presentations on our Midwives Educational Summit webpage. And we'll try to come up with a method for allowing people to view that and still get some credit if that's possible. So we'll try to see. Okay, so let's take a little break, and then we'll come back at 10:15 with Ms. Artini's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for giving us a break so we could work on some technical issues. I wanted to let everyone know if you are attending and watching and you know somebody who's having some problems, please share with them that we have posted information on the TDLR Midwives Educational Summit webpage with information on how to watch the summit and also how you can join using your phone. So due to technical difficulties, we are making the live broadcast of the Midwives Educational Summit available on our YouTube channel, and you can link to it from our Midwives Educational Summit webpage. There are also instructions for joining by phone if you would prefer to join that way. So now we're going to move into our next presentation. Let me pull this up. Okay. Anissa Sartini is a licensed midwife and certified professional midwife who has been attending births since 2009 and opened their own practice, Metroplex Midwifery, in 2017. They also have a bachelor's degree from Smith College. Anissa's special interests in midwifery are advocating for safe and compassionate care to underserved populations in the DFW Metroplex, as well as client education and reproductive choice. Metroplex Midwifery serves almost exclusively clients of color and LGBTQ parents. Anissa's practice warmly welcomes all races, faiths, ethnicities, classes, abilities, genders, and sexualities. They also focus on training new midwives, particularly POC and queer students. Anissa lives with their wife, Taylor, their baby, 2 cats, and a small flock of chickens in DFW. Anissa and Taylor welcomed their firstborn child at home in May 2020. And now I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming to listen today. So this is one of my favorite topics to talk about on a professional and a personal level. I think it's a lot of fun and very interesting. And it can also, bring up a lot of feelings for people who are not familiar with the topic or maybe have been taught some negative things about people that don't have the traditional type of American family. So yeah, like you said, I'm a midwife in DFW. I mostly use they, them pronouns. We will go into more of that just here in a second. Okay, so before we start the educational part, I kind of want to ask everyone a few questions that I really want you to sit and just think about them. You might even write them down, answer them to yourself. But partially because they might seem like silly or invasive questions that people often ask LGBTQ people. And also possibly that as we go through this presentation, you might find out new words or concepts that you can use to describe yourself or people you know and love. So here we go. Here's a question that some people get is the opposite. So, but you say, well, when did you decide to be gay? And so I like to ask those of you who identify as straight is, when did you decide to be straight? So for most people, it's not really a decision. It's just kind of like, oh, well, I've just always been this way. I've always liked boys or girls or whatever it is. And then on the gender question, well, how did you know you were a girl? For most of us, we were born one way, our genitals looked a certain way, we were assigned that at birth, and we grew up hearing, yeah, you're a girl, my little girl, precious girl. And so most of us accepted that, right? So it's kind of interesting to think about how gender forms in a society and in a child's mind. And we won't be going through that super heavily, but again, it's a question that some people are asked, well, how did you know? So that might be something interesting to think about for yourself. So when we're talking about family structures, why did you and your partner or spouse decide to be monogamous? Some people, have open relationships, which we'll go into, later on in this presentation. And it kind of put the same with the gender and sexuality thing. Most of us are just taught that, that's the only way. And so, when you ask others, well, why did you decide to do something different? Probably the same reason you did. Either you've decided to be that way on purpose, or you just never thought of anything different, right? Okay, and then for social groups, do you know anybody who is gay, lesbian, or bisexual? So I think for a lot of people, the question of sexuality is scary because they don't know anybody who is a homosexual, who is in a same-sex relationship. And so it's kind of this weird thing that they just don't come in contact with. Same thing, do you know anybody who's transgender? Or do you know anybody that you know is transgender? Chances are you've at least met somebody, but maybe not been aware of it. And this is one that's, kind of some people are not as familiar with. I think by now most people are aware, okay, well, what's a gay person, what's a lesbian, what does bisexual mean? Most people know that, but there's still a lot of misunderstandings around transgender folks, and we'll talk about that and how it relates to midwifery care quite a bit coming up. And then what does my culture or religion or clinical knowledge tell me about non-mainstream sexualities or genders? So, culturally in the US, there's a lot of negative jokes in the media or scare tactics used in the media. There might be religious teachings that are promoted either by leaders or texts that may lead to a lesser quality of care for people that are not in the standard, heterosexual monogamous box. And clinical knowledge. So I know in my midwifery training, I barely learned anything that was particular to queer folks, because largely it is heterosexual people, or at least people in a heterosexual relationship, that have children. To mostly women, the trans birthers exist, and we will talk about that. But I know when I was in training, I didn't learn anything about that. So I'm hoping this is going to be a new fun topic for a lot of us. Okay, moving on. So another just little quick personal exercise is to put yourself in someone else's shoes, but we're going to do it in a kind of fun way that you might be familiar with. So who most of you probably already are. So imagine that you're a woman in a relationship with a man. So you and your husband are going out to eat, you're gonna go get a couple of drinks, you're really excited. It's just, haven't had a date night and who knows when's the last time. You're usually tired from the kids, and it's just such a fun experience you're about to have. So you go into this restaurant that was recommended by all these people, it's a bar and grill type place, it's great. But you walk in and you realize, oh my gosh, this is a gay bar. Okay, so from some of you, it's fine. You're like, okay, cool, that's interesting. I can't wait to eat and drink. But for the rest of you might be feeling really uncomfortable. So you're surrounded by strangers who talk differently than you, who probably believe differently than you do, dress differently. Maybe you're not sure how to act. So would I get grossed out if I hold my husband's hand? What if I try to get a drink or something to eat and they judge me for being with my husband? Or what if they refuse service to me entirely? And I'm really hungry, and my friends all said this is a great place, but what if they don't let me eat here? And so that might seem like a really silly scenario, but this is the scenario that every queer person goes through when they enter a doctor's office, a midwife's office, a birth center, a restaurant, a store, a park, anywhere you go, right? So there's a lot of anxiety that goes along with being an LGBTQ person, and we're here to learn about how to provide more compassionate, culturally competent care to these groups. Okay, so some pushback I get about this sometimes is, well, why should I even learn about this? It's mostly cis women and, heterosexual couples that are having babies. I've never even had a client that's LGBTQ, but here's why. So first of all, 5.6% of Americans are LGBTQ, so that's, quite a bit. And generally the number is quite a bit higher in younger generations. So in millennials and Gen Z, it's estimated to be closer to 18 to 22%. So that's important because as midwives, the population we serve is going to be that 18 to 40 age range typically. So we need to be on board with what the younger people are identifying as and who they are and how we can serve them the best. For comparison, 1.5% of American births take place outside of the hospital. So if you're thinking, oh, this doesn't matter, it's just a small number, but look at us, we're all here gathered to talk about out of hospital birth, even though it's only 1.5% of the American population who does that. So we matter, this is important. And as a midwife, this should really get your attention. So 22% of trans and non-binary people choose to birth at home or at a birthing center. 22%. That's compared to 1.5%. So that's about like almost twice as much as, the standard heterosexual population. And So as a midwife, you are in such a wonderful position to be able to provide compassionate, capable care to this population that is typically underserved or outright disrespected in standard medical environments. Another quick stat that 19% of trans people are parents. That's important too, because we won't go into this too much, but historically, sterilization has been required of trans people to be able to legally change their sex. So that's not so much the case anymore, but it's very recent of a legal change that's happened. So again, really important human rights issue that queer people are parents and they do want to become parents, and we'll talk a lot about that. And if you think that you've never had a client like this, I bet you have. You might want to consider that no one has trusted you enough to tell you. It's still a very taboo thing in a lot of cultures and regions to be homosexual, to be transgender, and or to have an open relationship rather than a monogamous one. So yeah, this is something to keep in mind, that you never know who you're talking to or who you're treating, really. Okay, so I kind of already mentioned this, but I'll just read this lovely quote quickly. This is from another trans-friendly midwife. So midwives like myself are in this unique situation. Our model of care is already better set up to care for trans people. I don't have a front desk receptionist or a waiting room where people might stare at them. I draw labs in my office instead of sending someone to a laboratory. So just really concrete, actionable items we can do to make our care more accessible, more competent and inclusive, that again, we as midwives are in this really unique, perfect position to do. And throughout this presentation, I'm going to include, media photos of beautiful queer families and their babies, so you can really see that, we have the same desires and love for our families and children that anyone else does. So, if you see this lovely man in the picture, he's just given birth, and he looks thrilled, right? He's really happy with his newborn. So, there's really more similarities than difference. Okay. Okay, so these are some more stats, and this is a handout from the UK LGBT Foundation. So I'm not going to go through this whole thing, just to point out some really scary stats about prenatal care and birth care among LGBTQ and particularly trans people. So 30% of trans and non-binary parents did not access pregnancy support during pregnancy, prenatal support during pregnancy. Guys, 30%, that's a lot. That's compared to 2.1% of the general population. And the number jumps even higher to 46% of trans people of color did not access prenatal care. So based on what we've already talked about, I think most of you can imagine why this might be. There's a lot of discrimination by providers, there's a lot of fear by the parents themselves to be, well, how am I going to be treated? Or am I even going to be able to find a provider willing to see me? So these are really sad, sad numbers. It makes me want to cry when I see this. And as midwives who care for all types of babies and parents, this should really affect you a lot to see this. So we're here to learn how to make our practices warmer, safer places for at-risk populations. So on the left here, this is one of my young trans men clients that just had his baby. And then on the right, that's me with my baby's little footprints. So anyway. So first we'll go through some terminology because I know this is probably a new topic for a lot of you. It'll be kind of fast, so please feel free to type any questions in the chat box or after the presentation. I'm happy to go through anything. I'm trying to make it super clear so we all know what we're talking about as we go through this presentation. And again, this picture is one of my clients of some folks who are in an open relationship. With the birthing client was a woman, and then the partner she's with is a trans masculine person. And then her husband, just a regular guy, he is taking photos. So it's nice to have an extended support network. Okay, this is a really cute, easy way to talk about it. The genderbread person. So we'll go through this really quickly and then in a tiny bit more detail. So identity is, what's in your head. So do you feel like a man? Do you feel like a woman? Do you feel somewhere in between? Just a little heart on our guy. So your attraction. So who do you love? Who are you sexually attracted to? That's your sexuality. So gay, lesbian, straight, bisexual, etc. Then biological sex is typically thought of, as genitalia, is what's between your legs. It's actually quite a bit more complex than that, which we are going to talk about, which I think is really fun. So I hope you guys learned some really exciting new stuff today. And then expression is, how you present on the outside. So, do you love to wear girly girl clothes? Are you more likely to be seen in overalls and a plaid shirt, a little bit more masculine gender expression? And there's a whole wide range of, masculine, feminine, both, neither. And most of us fall somewhere in the middle. There's hardly anyone on this earth who's truly just only feminine characteristics or only masculine characteristics. So again, I think this just makes it a little more relatable. Okay, so let's talk about sex first, not like intercourse, but as in, sex of a body. So I think this is such a cool topic. Sex is a spectrum of genitalia, chromosomes, and hormones. So of course, we're all familiar with, male, female, and then I'll talk a little bit about intersex conditions. So generally, a male will be the XY chromosomes. You might also hear the terms AMAB or assigned male at birth or natal male. So someone who is born with a penis, testicles, typically XY chromosomes. And males make up 51% of US births as per birth certificate. So remember, this is normally based on phenotypic expression. So we're not genotyping most babies. Now with the chromosome testing they're doing, we are able to type more fetuses now, but for the most part, most of our babies are just identified based on external genitalia. So female babies, assigned humans in general, you might also hear the terms AFAB or assigned female at birth or natal female, and they make up 49% of US births. So as midwives, everyone that we treated is going to be female, assigned female's birth, natal female, right? So if they're a woman, if they're a trans man, if they're non-binary, if they're pregnant, they were assigned female at birth. So that's the sex part. And then intersexuality is where there's a mixture of different ambiguous genitalia, chromosome conditions, or hormonal conditions. So estimated 1.7% of people are intersex. So that's 1 in about 1,000 births. So it's kind of a big number. It's about the same as a natal redhead. So 1 to 2% of people are born with naturally red hair, and 1 to 2% of people are born intersex. So that's a really big number that surprised me, I know, and I'm sure it'll surprise many of you also. And again, to compare this to 1.5% of American out-of-hospital births. So similar numbers as far as how common this is. And an important note that most intersex conditions do not present at birth. Okay, so you may have heard of babies that have ambiguous genitalia, and that is only 0.02 to 0.05% of birth. So that kind that we typically think of as the first definition of intersex is quite rare. So if you do ever have a baby that looks like, hey, wow, this doesn't really look like exactly a normal set of male genitalia or a normal set of female genitalia, then on the birth certificate, you can list that as not yet determined. And that would require, referral to a pediatrician that is knowledgeable in those areas. So in general, we won't go into this too much, but in general, if you do identify an obviously intersex baby, conservative management is recommended. So in other words, not trying to force the genitalia to look more female or look more male, because you don't know what that baby's going to identify as later in life. And also, as long as the processes of excretion work, as midwives, we should be supportive of this model of low intervention. So only when necessary. But most intersex conditions, the child's never going to know about until years and years later, often around puberty. So they may not go through puberty, they may go through a really unusual puberty. And anyway, that's the sort of thing that we'll probably very rarely see. Next. Okay, so then the gender part. So there, I know the terms are used interchangeably quite often, sex and gender. You'll even see it on, medical forms. Okay, what's the baby's gender? But we're going to talk about them as two separate things here. And the literature is kind of moving in that direction anyway. So, whereas animals, plants, mushrooms can all have, sex, chromosomal, genitalia sex, gender is a uniquely human thing. So gender is who you are, and it usually refers to social and cultural differences between males and females rather than biological ones. So, for example, the traditional gender roles being like, man goes and has a job and works outside the house. The female traditional gender role being, you stay at home and you raise kids, and that's gender. That's not necessarily sex related. And then it also refers to a range of identities that don't correspond to colonial ideas of male and female. I think this is really fascinating too and important because, a lot of pushback that non-gender conforming people hear is like, oh, this is just this new trend that these kids are doing, there's no precedent for this, and that's very, very untrue. So people whose gender does not correspond to their phenotypic sex have been around throughout human history. So, we hear about as far back as Mesopotamia, men that live and dress as women, or people that are in indigenous cultures that not only are not shunned as trans people or as non-binary people, but they actually hold a sacred or ritual role. So for example, in the Zuni culture, this is Biwa, and they are a traditional Native American Zuni who goes by both male and female pronouns and holds quite a revered role because people that are referred to as Two-Spirit in the context of Native Americans are seen as embodying this balance and seen as embodying being able to identify with both men and women. So not only are they not shunned, but they're really important. And you'll see the same unique ritual role or sacred role in Indian culture, like Indian. You'll see this in some Asian cultures and some African cultures, and even in European cultures before the religious leaders kind of stomped that out. And so what kind of happened after colonialization is the European cultural norms spread to places and people that were colonized, often in very violent and forced ways to stamp out these identities. So I think as a culturally competent providers, it's really important for us to understand this is not some new trend. This is a really important way that people have been throughout time. And just like midwives, we've been around. So I just think that's so cool. And I wanted to share that with you. But here's the terms that we'll go through. So I'll be using these terms quite a bit in the presentation. So cisgender people would be, like a standard, born female identifies as a woman, born male identifies as a man. And the cis part is just a prefix from Greek that means on the same side. It's a chemistry term, just like trans means across. So cis, same side, trans, across. So transgender people identify with a sex other than what they were assigned at birth. So what we'll be, thinking about mostly in our practice is going to be people assigned female at birth that identify as men. And occasionally we will also have clients whose partners are, trans women who were born with penis, testicle, sperm, but live, act, identify as women. So these are both going to be important to us. And then there's non-binary people like myself, and we kind of identify somewhere in between or neither. So there's a lot of normalized gender non-conforming identities in our culture already. So if you think about like a tomboy or a girly guy, something like that, then that's something that we're already used to in our culture. So it's really not, as strange as it might seem. Okay, so that's gender. Okay, sexuality is who you love. So most of you are probably already pretty familiar with this, so we'll kind of go through it quickly. So heterosexual is, typically what we see. So opposite sexes together, a male and a female. Homosexual would be same sex together. So like in this picture, these are some clients of mine who one of the man's sisters got pregnant and gave them this baby. So that was really a beautiful thing that we witnessed, that adoption story. Asexual, so these folks may have little to no interest in sex or romance. They may have sex only for procreation or only for the partner's pleasure. Gray sexual may refer to only rarely having sexual or romantic interests. So this is something that is a little bit, newer. And you might already be aware of people or yourselves like this, but like I love my husband, or I like, my partner, but I'm just really not that interested in sex. I'm not that interested in romance. And there's a whole, spectrum of this. And then bisexual or pansexual people are or relationships or people that can be happy with the same or different genders. And these last two can often be kind of invisible. So you might have had a client who appears to be in, a heterosexual marriage, but actually they're bisexual, or actually they're asexual, and they're really only pregnant because they wanted a baby. So this is referred to as passing. So they might be in a straight passing or a gay passing relationship. Okay. And to make it easy, again, if if an animal can have it, it's sex. If only a human can have it, it's gender. So here we see some awesome animal birth ideas, all female animals. We have this hamster that's eating in labor, yum yum. Some monkey nursing, an elephant having a water birth, and a lion having her cub. So lovely female animals that we are all serving. Okay, and I'm just going to go into this a little bit. This is relationship style. So you might come in contact with a client who has more than one romantic or sexual partner. So monogamous is, typical in our culture. So it's two partners who only have sexual or romantic relationships with each other. And then polyamorous would be the word for people who have other partners that are consented by all parties. So also known as open relationship, consensual non-monogamy, as opposed to cheating, which would be non-consensual non-monogamy. Also simply known as poly or polyam. So in that, there can be any number of partners who may or may not share sex or romance with one another. And as far as how it affects us as midwives, so all the partners may co-parent together, or it may be that only the biological parents are responsible for the child. More often than not, all partners have a relationship of some sort to the child. And if it's a female that's with two males, and they may or may not decide to know who's the biological father, and that's a choice that has to be respected too. So that's kind of how that works. And again, as midwives, it's kind of nice for us when people have those multiple partnership relationships, because there's multiple people that they can feel safe with, that can, take turns supporting them in labor. So think about, a loving relationship you see where one partner is supporting them. Well, gosh, wouldn't it be great to have just one or two more people to help? So there are, societal and emotional benefits to non-monogamous relationships that we may not always think about. Well, financial support, gosh, I think 3 parents and 3 parents for childcare, awesome. Anyway, so again, we're just going to revisit, remind yourself for your own personal self. So who am I? So what is my sex? What is my gender? What is my sexuality? And what is my relationship style? So again, just doing this to realize that just because something is default doesn't necessarily mean that everybody shares it. Okay, now since I know what everybody really wants to talk about is how does this apply to us at Midwives, and what special things can we do to be better midwives to people who may not conform to the standard type of family? So in pregnancy, we talked about this a little bit, but what special considerations might non-mainstream clients encounter during pregnancy, and how can we address them? So unfortunately, as research and personal experience shows, the barrier number one is finding an appropriate provider. So finding a provider that you know is not going to judge you for having a same-sex partner or for identifying on something other than the gender binary. This is important. And this is a picture, these are not my clients, but a famous internet picture of a lesbian relationship where they took turns being pregnant. So super cute. Okay, so more about barriers to respectful care. And again, this should be really, these numbers should stand out to us as care providers because they're really sad. And we can make this a better, safer environment for different types of clients and their babies. So 33% of trans people and 8% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual people who saw a healthcare provider had at least one negative experience, such as being refused treatment. So yeah, I've heard experiences where doctors won't touch the client or will make snarky remarks to the partner, all kinds of just really inappropriate behavior. And some of it that can be outright dangerous. So, you know, if a care provider won't touch you, won't get near you, this is obviously not a recipe for safe care. 23% of trans people and 8% of lesbian, gay, and bisexual people reported they did not seek health care they needed in the year prior to completing the survey they did due to fear of being mistreated. So, you know, you hear enough stories about people being mistreated, you have friends or you have yourself already had a negative encounter. So some people will just go without health care. And that should not be okay to us as providers either. And then financially, there's more suffering as well in queer populations, harder to get to work. So 33% did not go to a healthcare provider when needed because they couldn't afford it. Sad, right? And so this is a little comic about trans healthcare. So the a trans woman in it, so you gotta help me, doc, I'm sick. And the doctor's, yeah, sure, the only thing that'll help you is rest. You just have a simple cold, which I suspect you caught from being on hormone replacement therapy. So there's also a lot of just plain incorrect assumptions by providers. This is a silly example, but it's referred to as somewhat jokingly as trans broken leg syndrome. It comes from a story of a trans woman who broke her leg and from, you know, falling out of a tree or something like that. And the doctor, well, you know, you probably wouldn't have broken your leg if you weren't on hormones. And it's like, I broke my leg because I fell out of a tree. So, you know, there is a lot of just uneducated remarks on the part of providers about what hormone replacement therapy does, what it doesn't do, and, you know, just being able to provide, again, safe and appropriate care. So more barriers. Simple discrimination is the main thing. So there's providers not being comfortable with LGBTQ people for personal or religious reasons. Again, inappropriate questions and assumptions about mental health or sexual practices, etc. And another one is very easy to address in our practice is the paperwork doesn't address needs. So there's questions about the father when partner is female. There's only space for one partner rather than multiple partners. All materials refer to women and mothers rather than just pregnant people. In birth, it could be transmasculine, non-binary. So we all know that people of all genders, women, men, non-binary people, if they have a uterus, they can access pregnancy care and give birth. Another barrier would be accessibility. So there's going to be harder to find work if you're out as queer. Thus financial issues. Trans people of color are hit the hardest out of all LGBTQ groups. So among, you know, gays, lesbians, etc., trans people of color tend to have the worst health outcomes and most difficulty accessing care. And this should not be a surprise to us given the general state of people of color in healthcare in the US. So again, really, really important type of discrimination that we can help. Issues with insurance. So if whether they have or haven't changed their legal gender, the male or female on ID documents can create confusion with billing codes or getting pregnancy care covered. So for example, if you're using, the Z34 code and they're listed as male on the lab website, then they'll say, oh wait, Medicaid can't cover this. This is a female code. It's like, okay, well, they've already had their gender legally changed. What do I do here? So as of now, we still have to list the sex as a female and on lab documents. And lastly, it may be difficult or impossible to find an inclusive provider. And that's why I'm here today, is hoping that after this presentation that more of you will feel more welcoming and less scared of people that identify as queer. So we're here to be able to create more providers that can be inclusive and helpful. Okay. Another special consideration to keep in mind is legal issues. So as midwives, we all know that we file the birth certificate, and we know that even on the best of days, sometimes that software is not easy to use for the easiest of families. So here's a couple of special considerations you'll need to keep in mind when you're filing a birth certificate for queer families. Okay, so if they're married, legally married, then same-sex, same-gender parents can be listed on a birth certificate. So let's say if it's a transgender man and a cisgender man that have conceived, they can both be listed as father on the birth certificate if they are married, okay? Or same with a lesbian relationship. If there's two women, one woman's carrying the baby, she's married to another woman, even if the other woman is not biologically related, if they're married, they can be on the birth certificate together, okay? So unmarried parents, however, cannot be listed together as same gender, even if both are the biological parents or even if the parent's gender has been legally changed. So this is a really tricky one. So if they're married, a parent can choose mother, father, or parent on the Texas birth certificate software, regardless of the legal or medical status of their sex. So whether or not they've had any operations, whether or not they've done any legal changes, you can list both parents as male, both as mother, both as father, or simply both as parent, the non-binary option, if they are married, whether or not they're biologically related, okay? So if they have unmarried same-gender parents, for example, I recently had a client who he's a trans man. Yeah, the other father is a cis man. The legal gender has been changed, but they're not married. So both of the biological parents, they both want to assume responsibility, parenthood of this baby, but you either have to file the birth certificate incorrectly. In other words, they both have to be listed as, the traditional assigned birth title. So both as, so the birthing parent as mother and the non-birthing parent as father, even if they're both legally male. So that can be kind of confusing. So basically, I have tried to contact the AOP folks about that. If anyone here is with that department, please reach out to me. I'd love to talk to you. It'd be a really easy change. So all that they would have to do is be able to select select the title just like they do on married parents. If they could just do that with the acknowledgement of paternity stuff, that would be awesome. Okay, so that's a little confusing. But again, important to know as midwives if we're going to be filing birth certificates for same-sex parents. Oh, and if they're not married, what they can do is they can file the traditional AOP listed as mother and father, and then they have to go back and file an amendment to the birth certificate. So again, same in my situation where I was the birthing parent, and then my wife is the biological parent because she's a trans woman. So both listed as mother, but you know, it was a little bit difficult to go about. So anyway, that's a barrier and something that you can help with by walking them through it. So just in case you didn't already know, follow that, here's a flow chart. I'll give you all a second to screenshot that if you need to, or I can send it to you. So again, kind of confusing verbally, but this gives you a very easy way to figure out how to file their birth certificate. So appropriate resources, we talked a little bit about this. So something I hear is an argument against inclusive language is, oh, you know, they're trying to take birth away from women. Like, no, not, you know, nobody's trying to take birth away from women. We all know, everybody knows that it's mostly women who give birth. Women are simply not the only people who give birth. And again, if this is confusing to you, think back to the sex and gender section where, you know, nobody would say that woman lion just had a baby. No, it's the female lion. Or that woman elephant just gave birth. Well, no, it's a female elephant. Women and men are a human thing. So I was really pleased to see in the last presentation the inclusive language. So most of the information out there, though, is highly gendered. So it's all women, mamas, mothers, maternity, breastfeeding, all that stuff, which is fine for most people. Nobody's saying that you're never allowed to call someone a mother or a woman, okay? This is just saying that we can include our speech in our materials to include everybody. So don't be afraid to ask individual clients about their preferred language for body parts or parent titles. Even among regular cisgender women, people might not like certain words, or they might prefer, you know, yoni to vagina, for example. So we can always ask about preferred language. So here's a couple of examples. Rather than saying maternity care, we can say pregnancy care, perinatal care. So as far as the people giving birth, we can just say that. We can say clients, birthing parent, birther, pregnant folks, birthing folks. If we want to get fancy about it, parturients is a great word. For feeding a baby, nursing, breast or chest feeding. Again, you want to ask about preferences, about language. I've heard body feeding or simply feeding. So how's feeding your baby going? Are you having any pain on your chest, nipples? No? Great. And as far as the genitalia, some people are fine with still using vagina. Others prefer maybe birth canal, yoni. Just ask. It's not a big deal. Just ask and it'll be appreciated, even if the standard language is the one that's preferred. Okay, so now let's talk about the birth part. So I love this quote by a trans parent and author who talks about these issues. So it is possible to be inclusive of diverse gender identities and celebrate the power of the female body. So I think that's really lovely. Just again, showing that there's a diversity of gender identities that give birth, that are pregnant, and that we all appreciate the powerful experience that it is. This is me at my birth and my lovely wife there. So, okay. So here's some physical considerations we'll need to take into account. So of course, as with any client we're going to take a history of health status, surgical history, and survivor status. So of course so I'm going to stop here and also say that as healthcare providers, we're in a unique position to ask about these things. If you just meet an LGBTQ person, especially a trans person, like in your social group on the street, don't ask them these things. Okay, it's really rude. We're only asking these things as healthcare providers. So we do need to have a thorough history of whether or not they've had breast or top surgery, they've had any kind of genital or bottom surgery. Obviously, that's important for us to know. Generally, if they're going to be birthing vaginally with midwives, they have not had any type of bottom surgery if they were assigned female at birth. Hormone replacement therapy use, if any. So not all trans people use hormones. Many do. So you're going to want to ask what if they've ever had any exposure to that, and what dates did they use it, and did they go through natal puberty? So in other words, were they ever on any type of puberty blockers? And this is a relatively new thing, so we're probably not going to be seeing this yet. But in maybe 10, 20 years we are, maybe even less. In 5 years, there's teenagers who may have been on puberty blockers and then decide, okay, I'm gonna go off, I'm gonna have a baby. This is gonna be important for us. And for those, I've heard a lot of, again, mostly incorrect fears about puberty blockers. So I do want to talk about that for a moment. Puberty blockers have actually been in use since about the 1980s. They're very safe. They've been in use not so much for trans youth, but for youth that has precocious puberty. In other words, like if a 6-year-old is going through puberty, right? You don't want that. It's not appropriate developmentally, socially, it's going to be difficult. So they would give puberty blockers and then take the child off of puberty blockers at the appropriate age, 12, 13, 14. And then the child will go through a normal puberty at that point. And there are no documented differences in the children who have undergone puberty blockers. And again, so this has been happening since the 80s. So we do know that it's safe for reproduction, all that kind of stuff. So that's good news. But we do want to know about that just for the sake of menstrual history, for the sake of pelvic development, chest development, that sort of thing. The psychological, this is really, really important. So again, if we're going back to the statistics about accessing care, so it's a lot of psychological fear about accessing appropriate care. So again, at home births or as birth centers, it's really great to be able to feel comfortable and safe with your providers, enough that you can relax for labor and delivery, enough that you know who's going to be there, that you know your partner's going to be welcome, excuse me, that they know preferred language, that sort of thing. So a history of abuse is unfortunately very common at a higher percentage than in the general population. So whether that's childhood abuse, sexual abuse, physical assault, that abuse history is going to be more common in queer populations. So be extra mindful of informed consent for exams, for procedures, that sort of thing. And generally avoid religious talk unless otherwise directed. So there are certainly Christian, Muslim, Jewish, everything, queer people, but also a lot of us have been traumatized by religious care providers, family members, church leaders. So generally that's not something that most queer folks are going to automatically feel safe around. So if that's really important to you as a provider, you might want to talk to them about that beforehand. Okay, again, some stats. 30 to 60% deep anxiety, depression. That's compared to 19% of the general population. For referrals, you're going to want a list of friendly referrals. So what OB can I send them to? That's going to be nice if they have to transport. What's a good chiro? What's a good sonographer? Who's a good massage therapist or a doula that's going to be inclusive to them? And sometimes they may need extra support for emotional and physical trauma. So this is again a lovely picture of one of my young men that just gave birth and his husband. Beautiful, beautiful birth. So socials. So as we talked about earlier, there may not be familial support in the same way that we're used to. So support networks may mostly be in peers, partners, others in the community. There's a lot of rejection, violence, or abuse from families of origin. So we may not have the mother or the mother-in-law there to support us. They may not be able to access postpartum help from family members if they've been rejected. So again, really sad stats, 10% report a family member was violent to them, and they're 4 times more likely than the general population to be a victim of violent crimes. So again, just to remind you all that we have loves and fears and hopes and dreams for our birth and babies, just like you or anybody else. Emotional considerations. So something you might want to, again, keep in mind when we're providing this wonderfully emotionally competent care, as we do as midwives, and forming these trusting relationships with our client. If you have 2 moms, the other mother might feel left out or worry about bonding with the baby. So just be sure to include her, just like we would with the dads, but maybe even more so to really make sure to look her in the eye, engage her, that sort of thing. I mean, obviously, the birthing parent is still going to be our number one person, but other mothers may want to be included too. Another important thing to understand is that not all trans people do have dysphoria. So gender dysphoria is what's usually talked about in reference to trans people with, not feeling right in their bodies. So not all trans people do have that, but some do. So if you do have a non-cis woman client, so a non-binary person, especially a trans man, you're going to want to ask about that and your, emotional questions. So have you been having any dysphoria lately? How's your relationship with your body? Are you enjoying this experience? Just be extra mindful about that. Then there are also some who are perfectly fine with it. Again, it's great. Again, these younger kids, they're just so happy to be accepted. And so I'm going to read you this quote. Trans men don't uniformly believe that they were born in the wrong bodies, nor do they all hate their bodies. So one says, I'm okay with my body being a trans body. I'm okay with being a man who has a uterus and has the capacity and capability of carrying a baby. So some people feel perfectly fine about it. It's just something I'll want to ask. And then some people, so this is where I may not have known that you've had it for your client. So some people who are transmasculine and who may not yet realize their gender variant may develop stress responses to pregnancy. This is really important. So I know of a case where the client was, on the surface, just a kind of normal Catholic woman, was on her second child. And during pregnancy started to develop really dysphoric, emotional responses to the child, didn't want to be pregnant. Whereas with the first child, was relatively okay. And then after birth had a occurrence of postpartum psychosis, feeling really dysphoric about chest feeding the baby, having delusions about what, the baby and herself, and later realized that she was having feelings of gender dysphoria. So, and later ended up identifying as a trans man. And anyway, so it's not our job to diagnose these sorts of things. I mean, if we're having somebody, regardless of gender, that's having severe bonding issues, that's having severe body dysmorphia or body dysphoria, we're going to want to refer them to mental health help, whether or not they're gender variant. Okay. So again, just not everyone's going to have that. Most people are going to do just fine. And typically, what causes the emotional distress is going to be people who have repressed or rejected their identities, not so much people that have accepted them and embraced them. So if you already have a client that you know is gender variant or sexually variant, they're probably okay. They've admitted it to you. They're okay with being who they are. So that's not the person we're most at risk with here. Okay. I know we're getting short on time, but I am going to talk about transport. Because you might think about, okay, well, I'm fine with this, but what do I do when EMS comes? I mean, you obviously can't choose who you're going to send them to with EMS, but it's easier than you think to talk about. So, for example, my G1 client is transporting for maternal exhaustion. She and his wife are expecting their first baby. It's important to them to have inclusive staff in their care. So again, especially if it's not emergent, like maternal exhaustion, just tell them, hey, call me, this is what we're doing, this is the other partner, make sure we have someone that's going to treat them well. And then even if it is EMS, just inform them very quickly as part of the debrief. It's quick, I promise. So, hi, I'm calling for a postpartum hemorrhage. The client is transgender and uses he, him pronouns. Please come to us at 123 Main Street. Okay, it's easy. And then again, as we talked about, please do have a list of inclusive medical providers if it is non-emergent during pregnancy. And inclusive doulas are so awesome. So I know with COVID, there's a lot of issues about being able to accompany clients on transports. But for those hospitals that do allow doulas, having an inclusive doula is so amazing. It can really help bridge the gap and reduce trauma if there is a transport situation. Okay, and then this is a little bit of a sad part. So if after this you're still not comfortable, please refer. Please refer. There are too many cases of provider bias costing lives. We know this from the treatment of people of color and transgender lives that have been lost due to inappropriate medical care. So don't do this to us. It's really important to be able to put your personal biases aside and provide safe and appropriate care. There are cases of people, bleeding out because nobody wants to touch them. There are cases of partners being denied access to their partner as they are dying or undergoing important procedures. So please, if you can't provide respectful care, please refer. It will save lives. Special circumstances are going to come up. Are you the only provider in a small town? Are you the only provider covered by insurance? Please do offer referrals if you're still not comfortable, but if they do choose to stay in their care or must, as in perhaps you're covering in a birth center and they're in heavy labor, or again, the insurance is the only one, you're the only one they cover, just follow these simple guidelines. And this is a trans midwife, Simon Ellis, and he's a CNM and a co-creator of the Transgender Healthcare Toolkit. So if you want to learn more, that's a really awesome resource that's out there for providers. So it's really easy. Again, even if you're not super comfortable, just use the correct pronouns. If you make a mistake, just correct yourself and move on. Don't make excuses. Don't over apologize. So we don't want to hear, oh, it's just so hard. I have so many, everyone else is a woman, so it's just so hard. Or, oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ah, please, oh my gosh, I meant to say, just to say, well, if he, she, move on. Very easy. Again, treat their partners the same way you would anyone else's spouse. Include them in discussions, smile at them, let them know they're welcome. Again, unless you've specifically been instructed otherwise, please don't proselytize or pray over us. Many have been traumatized by religious family, friends, and strangers. Again, undergone physical, sexual abuse at the hands of church authorities, things like that. So very, very personal topic that you'll want to address with each person individually. And just treat them with love. So we're just like anybody else. Again, we have loves and fears and hopes, and we want to birth a certain way. We want to have safe, healthy babies, just like anybody else. Okay, and I'm just going to kind of close with this quote. The more we can move gender away from birth and treat people as individuals, the better outcomes we're going to have for everyone. Misogyny is at the root of transphobia. It's also at the root of sexism that many cisgender women face. We have the same enemy, and that's by Ray Rocklin, who is a CPM and serves other gender variant folks that I do. So I really want you to take that to heart. So, you can be a woman, you can be a man, you can be non-binary, you can be in love with a man, you can be in love with a woman, you can be in love with multiple people. And we all want the same things. We want good outcomes, we want respectful care, we want healthy babies and healthy bodies for ourselves. And the main barrier to that is misogyny, prejudice against birthing bodies, all that kind of thing. And of course, I know I only brushed on this briefly, but I do want to mention again that racism is a really important intersection for queer folks as far as accessing healthcare. So those are some references, and if you're interested, I don't think we have time to go into it today, but I do have a couple of extra slides about fertility considerations for LGBTQ families. So if anybody wants to access those, please feel free to contact me. And I hope that this topic has become less scary and more interesting to everybody. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you very much, Anissa. That was a really informative presentation. It was great. We have a comment in chat that says, beautiful presentation, Anissa. If anybody else has any questions or comments, please put them in the chat so I can read them out. I'm not sure if everyone can see the chat or if it's just the hosts who can see it. So I want to make sure that we're able to answer any questions.
And if you, as I always tell my clients, if you guys think of anything later, just feel free to contact me. And, you know, I like talking about this, and I think it's an important area of education. So I'm happy to help.
Great. And I also want to say that we'll be posting a recording of the summit on our webpage. And so if people want to see those other 2 slides you have about the fertility, hormones and fertility, they can go to the webpage and pull it up. There is a question. It says, thanks for your presentation. What do pregnant trans men do about their HRT? I assume they have a doc managing this.
That's a really good question. So in general, what pregnant trans men do about their HRT is discontinue completely. So as far as getting pregnant, sometimes you can conceive on testosterone. There's certainly been accident babies that happen because of the misinformation that you cannot get pregnant on testosterone, but it can be harder. So typically trans men will discontinue testosterone before getting pregnant, or when they find out they're pregnant, they will discontinue. And so as midwives, you know, there's not really much to do about this other than mostly emotional concerns, because as any of us who have had PMS or gone through menopause know, hormones are really important, and they affect mood and functioning big time. So typically once they've gone off HRT, all the normal female reproductive functions will resume. So if their chest is intact, they'll be able to nurse. If, you know, genitalia has not been altered, it'll just be a normal vaginal delivery. And then as far as after birth, if they're going to be chest feeding, then they typically, again, stay off of testosterone. If they've already had top surgery, of course, doesn't matter. And they can resume testosterone at that point. Good question.
Great, thank you.
And yes, it would be a doctor who manages that.
Okay, that's the only thing I have right now. So I would just like to say thank you again. We appreciate it.
It was fun. Thank you for
Appreciate the
having
time
me.
you took to develop the presentation and give it today. So thank you.
Thanks.
Great. We are going to go to break, but I want to say first, we've been receiving some questions about people who are watching via YouTube, how they will be able to get continuing education credit. We will post this information on our webpage. It probably won't go up until later next week, but I want to let everyone know that we do have a survey for the end of the summit, and we will be asking everyone who registered to complete that survey. And once we get the survey returned, then that is how we will be able to track attendance for continuing education credit for people who weren't able to log in using the WebEx link. So I just wanted to give that information. Dr. Giller, did you have a question real quick?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, so we were just going to take it like a 10-minute break, if that's okay with your schedule.
Absolutely, no problem.
Okay, then we'll see everybody back at
I'm gonna
11.
move to another computer, so know that I'll be on. I'll leave this one on, but I'm moving to another one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will see everyone back at 11:35. Thank you.
It does sound low though.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Charlita Guillory is an associate professor of pediatrics in the section of neonatology at Baylor College of Medicine and director of the Texas Children's Hospital Neonatal Perinatal Public Health Program. She earned her Doctor of Medicine degree from Louisiana State University Medical School, completed her pediatric residency at Louisiana State Medical Center and the University of Colorado. She received her postdoctoral fellowship training in neonatal perinatal medicine at Baylor College of Medicine and is board certified in both pediatrics and neonatal perinatal medicine. She received her master's in public health from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. Dr. Guillory championed landmark legislation on newborn screening and the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, which has placed Texas in the forefront of infant care. Dr. Guillory presently serves as the chair of the Texas Department of State Health Services Newborn Screening Advisory Committee and is co-chair of the Texas Collaborative for Healthy Mother and Babies TCHMB Neonatology Section. In addition, she serves on the Texas Health and Human Services Perinatal Advisory Council, designating levels of neonatal and maternal care, and she is also one of our advisory board members. So thank you for joining us today, Dr. Guillory. I will hand it over to you. Dr. Guillory, I'm not sure if you're muted.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. Today, I will be discussing newborn screening in Texas when every minute counts. I have no disclosures. Let me just see. There we go. The objectives of this talk are simple: to describe the importance of newborn screening systems, explain how disorders are placed on the recommended uniform screening program known as the RUSP, and discuss the logistics of newborn screening in Texas. Newborn screening is more than just a blood test. Actually, newborn screening is a major public health system with multiple components all involved with working together. I think I'm so excited about the first newborn screen that we added for spinal muscular atrophy starting on June the 1st of this year. And it's our first screening for neurological diseases. Here you can see the components of newborn screening. I think it's important to note that the newborn screening system not only involves the newborn screening program, but it involves babies, clinicians, it involves customer service, laboratory testing, regulations, government, hospital, private laboratories, courier services, clinics, and it truly does take a village to get newborn screening done appropriately and save the lives of Texas babies and make their morbidity decrease. This is an example of all the components overall of newborn screening. First, of course, we collect a sample. The sample is evaluated and the diagnosis is made. In addition to that, it's very important to have overall management of the newborn system, as well as continuous evaluation to make sure that the program is up to the standards that we need. But the very important part of newborn screening is the follow-up of these results. Once you obtain a positive test, what do you do with it? How do you make sure the parents are aware? How do you move forward in terms of making sure that the baby gets the appropriate treatment and follow-up of the diagnosed disease? Well, how did newborn screening get started in the first place? Here, it was introduced, newborn screening by Bob Guthrie. And what he was a physician and a microbiologist whose goal was to prevent intellectual disability from PKU of phenylketonuria. He was interested in making sure that these babies did not have or develop with intellectual disability. I think it was also interesting in the 1960s then that he actually had to fight mandatory screening, and so that newborn screening for PKU would be routinely performed. And what he did formed the basis of comprehensive screening today. Well, here's a review overall. Guthrie developed the filter paper test for PKU that identified newborns with phenylketonuria whose diet could be modified, thus preventing mental retardation. Parents at that time pressed for testing through organized lobbying, and legislators began to pass mandatory newborn screening laws to reduce institutionalization, and that was in the 1960s. In the 1970s, there were other filter paper tests that became available for congenital hyperthyroidism and sickle cell disease. Technology improved, allowing program expansion. Programs expanded to higher incidence disorders like congenital hyperthyroidism and disorders that result in death, like congenital adrenal hyperplasia and galactosemia. It was at that time that legislators began asking programs to become self-supporting. In the 1980s, the programs became computerized and expansion continued, including DNA testing. In the 1990s, the DNA test went to a second tier in sickle cell disease and cystic fibrosis screening. And the big thing I think that made a revolutionary change in newborn screening was tandem mass spectrometry, where it began to develop and allow detection of multiple disorders at one time. It was in the 2000s that I think it's important to note we began to expand newborn screening with what I call point of care testing. For example, the newborn hearing screen, which is done at the patient's bedside, and the last one listed here, critical congenital heart disease, which is also done at the baby's bedside and not with blood tests. It was also in the 2000s that public pressure expanded the testing with MS, or tandem mass spectrometry. And at that time, they emphasized program integration, especially with data. Of course, with all of the progress came privacy concerns, residual blood spots, federal HIPAA rules, data sharing, all of which became of interest during this time. Well, how do you decide, or who decides about newborn screening in the United States and how? I think it's important to know that, of course, on all the screens that we're doing, what's the public interest? What's the professional interest? What's the political interest in it? The importance of cost savings, the benefit of testing has to outweigh the cost, of course. And then what about the scientific evidence, the incidence of the disease and the outcomes of the disease? And of course, a very important part is how do we treat these diseases? And do we have in our repertoire some way of treating the diseases that we have diagnosed? Well, I think it's important to note that the recommended uniform screening panel, or the RUSP, as I mentioned earlier, is a list of disorders that the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services recommended for states to screen as part of their universal newborn screening process. It's recommended that every newborn be screened for all disorders on the RUSP. And the RUSP are part of a comprehensive health guidelines supported by HRSA for infants and children under the Public Health Surveillance Act. I think it's not just the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, but the Secretary is supported by the Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children. And in addition, the American College of Medical Geneticists are a professional organization of geneticists and other healthcare providers, help inform the clinical decision-making with newborn screening. Here you can see the contract as HRSA began part of the overall support for newborn screening. And in this section, you can see the RUSP, or the Recommended Uniform Screening Panel. That is a universal recommendation for all babies at a national level, so that each state, of course, would adopt this standardized uniform screening panel. Well, how do you nominate a condition? Actually, you can just get this off the website. It is not very easy to do. You have to complete a nomination package with all of the major components. And once you do that, then it is important for that to go to the advisory committee who will look and evaluate this. It may take years for a condition to be added to the RUSP. Well, it's recommended that all newborns be screened for disorders on the RUSP. Disorders are chosen based on evidence that support the potential net benefit of screening, the ability of states to screen for the disorder, and the availability of effective treatment. So there are many things that determine which conditions actually get to the RUSP. And for Texas, the Texas Health and Safety Code actually has that to the extent funding is available for the screening, the Department of State Health Services shall require newborn screening tests to screen for disorders listed as core and secondary conditions in the recommended uniform screening panel of the Secretary Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children. So you can see that to which funds are available, we can add any condition that's already on the RUSP. Well, how's Texas doing? At present, we only have 2 conditions we are not screening for that's on the RUSP, but not yet on the Texas Newborn Screening Panel. One is Pompeii's disease, and it was approved for addition to the Uniform Screening Panel in March of 2015. The second one is mucopolysaccharidosis type 1, which was approved for addition to the RUSP in February 2016. The last 2 are the 2 that I will focus on because it is the last conditions that were added to the Texas Newborn Screening Panel. The first was X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy that was added to the Texas Newborn Screening Panel August 8th, 2019. And the one that we're very excited about is spinal muscular atrophy, which was approved for the RUSP in July 2018 and added to the Newborn Screening Panel in Texas on June the 1st, 2021. And I want you to look, as you look at these conditions, you'll see they're a little bit different from the routine blood spot tests that we've done in the past. For spinal muscular atrophy, it's one of the first neuromuscular diseases that we are screening for. So it took a while for it to get through and on the RUSP, but I can only see the number of lives that are being affected by picking this up early and with the treatment that's been approved, actually changing the outcomes of these babies. Well, what are the goals of the newborn screening program? There are really 2 goals of the program. One is to do 2 screen tests for each baby born in Texas. Texas is a 2 screen test state. We do the first screen at 24 to 48 hours of age and the second screen at 1 to 2 weeks of age. Infants testing positive will receive prompt and appropriate confirmatory testing. And if diagnosed infants, they are maintained on appropriate medical therapy. Well, here's our newborn screening panel up to date. Currently, we screen for 55 disorders from dried blood spots, which is congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, 4 hemoglobinopathies, galactosemia, biotinidase deficiency, 14 amino acid disorders, 13 fatty acid oxidation disorders, 15 organic acid disorders, cystic fibrosis, SCID and T-cell related lymphocyte deficiencies, XALD added August 5th, 2019, and SMA added June 1st, 2021. We also have 2 points of care screening done at the patient's bedside, hearing loss and CCHD, critical congenital heart disease screening. Well, our newborn screening program is amazing. It is the largest newborn screening laboratory in the U.S. In 2020, we had over 380,000 births per year. That's nearly 713,000 specimens per year because we are a 2 screen state. We had over 4,500 unsatisfactory specimens. This is 0.63% of the total specimens received. We had over 17,000 presumptive positives, which is 2.4%. Our laboratory operates 6 days a week, and it handles approximately 2,000 to 3,000 specimens per day. Most of the testing is completed in 2 to 3 business days after specimens are received. And as of September 2021, for this year, we have already diagnosed over 891 cases. Well, what about the logistics of newborn screening in Texas? I'd like to give you an idea of how it actually works. The healthcare provider, which is us, requests specimen collection forms. The Department of State Health Service Laboratory assigns the form a serial number to the healthcare provider and ships the forms. The healthcare provider collects the specimen and sends it to the Department of State Health Services lab. The specimen is assigned a laboratory ID number in the laboratory data system. A demographic sheet is separated from the blood spots and sent to demography entering group with the information that's entered into the database. And the specimen is then sent to the newborn screening laboratory for testing. Well, there are 2 types of kits that we have. The first one is the Medicaid CHIP charity kit, and the second one is the insurance and self-pay kit. The Medicaid CHIP and charity one are for newborns and mothers who are eligible for Medicaid and newborns who are eligible for CHIP. The baby doesn't have insurance or other payment source, and kits are free to providers. The insurance self-pay kits are for newborns that are covered by private health insurance. The facilities order and pay for the kits and seek reimbursement for services. The kit costs approximately $60.58, and payment is due within 90 days of an invoice date. Well, what's in these kits? The newborn screening kit components consist of parent information, parent decision forms, demographic forms, the yellow and white copies, filter card, instructions, and folds over flap. I think it's important to note when we talk about parent decision forms, it's not a matter of do you want to have the newborn screening. We know that you can only opt out of newborn screening if indeed you have a religious reason. But this is a result of House Bill 411, which became law in June of 2011 and made major changes to newborn screen specimen retention and residual use. Here you have to opt in for long-term storage and possible research uses. And that took effect on June 1st, 2012. And the use of the parent decision form. So that's not 5%, that's an error, I apologize. It's 50% of newborn screens have a parent decision form returned. Out of that 50%, 72% of those returned have validly given permission for long storage and external public health research uses, which means about 39% of all specimens are retained for research uses. Well, I think once these specimens are obtained and collected, we have a courier service that's used to increase the transit time from the point of collection to the point of the Department of State Health Services lab. The first tier courier service that is provided is Data Rush. It's obtained from, the specimens are obtained from hospitals and pediatric clinics. We have over 465 newborn screener submitters. That's 61% of the newborn screen specimens, 78% of the first screen. The pickup is Sunday through Friday for delivery to the Department of State Health Services lab. We also have a second tier, which is FedEx. We have 229 newborn screening submitters there, which is about 16.4% of the specimens, or 16.7% of the first screens. The pickup and delivery there is Monday through Saturday. Okay, well, once the sample reaches the lab, the sample is then put into 9 plates and distributed to 5 areas to test for our 55 disorders. If you could just pay attention to the tandem mass spec screening on the lower right-hand side, which is where we added XALD. So it goes into that pocket with tandem mass screening. And the new one for SMA is right in the middle at the bottom, where it was added with SCID and utilized that pod in terms of screening for the testing. So if you notice, there are groups of tests that are done with one sample. Well, what about reporting, the results reporting? Preliminary panic values are immediately forwarded by fax and by call, by the way, for some disorders. The final abnormal results immediately generate a case. The clinical care coordination staff begins follow-up protocols with hospitals, physicians, providers, and parents. All results are reported back to the submitting provider, whoever sends it in, via mail, via fax, via web portal, and our HL7 message. Well, this is an example. I'm going to only show 2 of the newborn screens, and it's the 2 new ones because that's the ones that we have more questions about. Here's a result coming from the Department of State Health Services and an abnormal XALD results. And it also says at the bottom, possible XALD. It's C260, and that's lysophosphatidylcholine elevated. Recommend confirmatory very long chain fatty acids and consultation with a pediatric metabolic specialist or a pediatric neurogeneticist within 7 days. The DNA report is to follow. Or it will say possible XALD with C260 LPC slightly elevated. If this is a second screen, you follow up the recommendations received from the clinical care coordination. Otherwise, you repeat the newborn screen within 7 days. Here is a result coming back for an abnormal SMA. And this one gets a little bit more complicated. For positive SMA results, it really depends on not only the SMN1 exon 7 detected, but it depends on the copies, the numbers of copies of SMN2 detected. So the first possibility is a probable SMA, deletion of SMN1 exon 7 detected, and copies of 0, 1, 2, and 3. And here they recommend rapid molecular confirmation, including SMN1 and SMN2 copy numbers, telephone consultation, and a referral to a neurologist or neurogeneticist within 24 hours. If, however, you have the same deletion of SMN1 exon 7 deletion, but you have copies 4 or 4 plus, is detected, they recommend the same thing, that you do SMN1, SMN2 copy numbers, a telephone conversation, referral to a neurologist and neurogeneticist within 72 hours. And the final one, basically, well, it's one more after this, is the probable SMA deletion of SMN1 7 deletion, but 5 copies are present of SMN2 detected. And they recommend molecular confirmation, including the same SMN1, SMN2 copy number and telephone consultation, and a referral to a neurologist or a neurogeneticist, but within 7 days. So right away, you're beginning to see a pattern here of an increased number of SMN2 are really more protective of the child. The next one shows Probable SMA again, with deletion of SMN1 exon 7, but they cannot find SMN2 copy, cannot be determined. Here they recommend same thing, rapid molecular confirmation, including SMN1 and SMN2 copy numbers, telephone consultation referral, and a neurogeneticist within 24 hours. And finally, if it's an unsatisfactory specimen, you're unable to evaluate the detection of SMN1 gene, you have to resubmit within 7 days. So those are some of the changes that we see in terms of how the Department of State Health Services lab are returning the positive results to us. Once you have a positive result, then the information goes to the clinical care coordinator who takes over, shall I say then. The clinical care coordinators really work on cases that is open for each out-of-range result. The cases are monitored until an infant is cleared or diagnosis is determined. The resources are provided for guidance on recommendation action. If you have a positive screen with very elevated levels, that's an urgent follow-up, it's a medical emergency, it's reported immediately to the nurses in the newborn screening clinical care center. On the same day, the clinical care center nurse will notify primary care providers, whoever that is, by phone and fax, the laboratory result reports received from the Department of State Health Services lab. If no primary care provider is on the record for the newborn or cannot be located, the nurse will notify the parents directly. Really, you have to find the medical provider responsible for the medical care of the baby. You have to determine if the baby's in a hospital, and if a medical care provider can be located, you provide them with the results, you provide guidance for recommended action. If the medical provider cannot be located, you contact the parents to obtain the PCP information. If the primary care provider is not identified, you provide the results to the family and direct the family to an emergency room department if necessary. The clinical care nurse will coordinate with the emergency room staff if the family was directed to the emergency room. If the baby cannot be located, we utilize the Department of State Health Services regional social workers to assist with locating the baby, connecting the baby with healthcare providers and services. And at times, it's even necessary to involve other agencies, including law enforcement and/or CPS if necessary. There are many resources that's distributed for out-of-range newborn screening results. The urgent results are faxed to the medical providers a newborn screening letter. The newborn screening disorder specific lab results, contact information for the CCC nurse responsible for the case, and we send them disorder specific act and fact sheets. And in addition to that, we send a list of regional subspecialist consultants so that that is all available to the provider to make it very easy for referrals. Also, in out-of-range newborn screens, we mail information to the parents, and that includes a newborn screening letter and generally a newborn screening brochure. I think this is a really interesting slide. It tells you what's happened in 2018 to 2020 in the number of Texas newborn screening diagnosed cases. This is for 54 conditions, but next year, of course, we will have 55 with SMA. SMA is not on this one. I think it's important to note that we just started number 30, X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy. And in 2019, we picked up 5 cases. And in 2020, we picked up 16 cases. And overall, in 2018, there were over 1,000 cases that were picked up. In 2019, over 911 cases. In 2020, 891 cases. And as of 2021, we already have over 800 cases that have been picked up, and the year is not out yet. I think these are not just numbers, these represent babies that we were able to intervene in, especially in those that had critical labs where we were able to change the outcome of mortality or morbidity. Here's just the cases of X-linked adrenoleukodystrophy starting in August 2019 through July 2020, and you can see the number of XALD cases that were picked up. And if we didn't pick up XALD, we picked up Zellweger syndrome, 2 cases and 1 carrier. Well, what else does the clinical care coordination do? They create for them after an abnormal first or second tier screening. They determine if it's critical or not. If it's critical, it's called in at any time. If it's non-critical, they do not call it in on Saturdays. Metabolic or neurogenetic specialists will evaluate the child to confirm the diagnosis, provide genetic counseling to the family, and assume initial care of the baby. And the PCP or specialists will coordinate the referrals to specialty care. For example, if it's PKU, you may need an endocrinologist. SMA, XALD, you will need a neurologist. Or transplants with SCID specialists may be involved in the care if the child becomes symptomatic. So depending on what the disease process is, the newborn screening have numerous resources that they have available for the provider to help care for the infant. Here, I think the resources consist of ACT and fact sheets. It consists of brochures, clinical flows, educational resources, and clinical care coordination. I think it's important to note that the ACT sheet, which we have an example of here is an ACT sheet for XALD, and it shows the condition diagnosis and next steps for patients. It helps the doctors with short-term actions for the health professionals and how should they follow up in communication with the family and determine appropriate steps in the follow-up of the infant and the screened positive results. So the ACT sheets really help tell you which direction you should go and for the provider. Here's the ACT sheet for SMA. These were also just recently provided to the doctors who are caring for babies that have SMA positive results. Well, the fact sheet, on the other hand, are predominantly for parents. I'm sure the doctors use it and the providers use it as well. It tells about the diagnosis and treatment that's available. And especially with the last 2 additions to newborn screening, it's important to get an idea of the treatment for these diseases, especially SMA, where the treatment's very expensive, long-term, and really you have to deal with it in terms of who will be paying for the treatment of these diseases. So definitely the fact sheet is important here. And then we have an SMA fact sheet that you can use as well. These fact sheets are sent to the families so that they will be given an idea of what is the disease process and what to do about it. The newborn screening department has also developed brochures both in English and in Spanish for XALD here and for SMA here. These brochures are very informative and definitely answer a lot of the questions that the parents have. Well, what about the long-term follow-up? Well, we do long-term follow-up of conditions except for critical congenital heart disease and sickle cell trait. But all other elements are followed. The long-term follow-up elements are identified by specialists for conditions. The national efforts are underway to identify common data elements and to hopefully have a common data area where all of these diseases can be looked at. I think because there are a lot of new drugs that are out, for example, for SMA, even though they have gone through scrutiny, I think it's still very important because of the smaller number of patients that we keep this data in one place so that we will even collect more information about the side effects or the progression of the disease. Contacts are varying times in the first year, yearly contact after the first year of life, and forms are returned by specialists, PCPs, or parents. If you have long-term follow-up, for example, with PKU, girls with PKU will receive a letter reminding them of reproductive risk and importance of diet during pregnancy at 11 years of age. So this is very important. And the database is now being redesigned to reflect harmonized common data elements, and dedicated personnel for long-term follow-up are available in the newborn screening department. The newborn screening department has really a great support system. They have an omnibudsman, they have an education program, they have newborn screening benefits, they have contracts, and hearing screen help with the TEDdy, the early hearing detection and intervention program. Additionally, Children with Special Healthcare Needs Services program to distribute parental support resources, flyers, financial support for those with confirmed conditions identified by newborn screening. And then we have the Regional Department of State Health Services social workers to help locate families and assist with linking them to the numerous other public services that are available. Our educational efforts are many. Not only do we have the Act and Fact Sheets, the brochure for families, there are many conferences that are involved with multi-subspecialists for all providers in Texas. We have genetic counseling, internal training to improve communication on conditions with families, family perspective presentation for a family impacted by both. And then we have the Texas Health Steps modules for our newborn screening, which is absolutely great. It's kept update and it provides CME for all of us. Actually, this will end my presentation, and I want to thank you for all the work you do with newborn screening and making our babies that are screened positive, providing them with excellent follow-up, referral, and treatment. Just the last thing I'd like to say is that newborn screening saves lives. And it also saves the morbidity and the outcome of many of these babies. From the time we started with Guthrie, who wanted to just decrease the CNS impairment that you see with PKU, to where we are now is amazing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. We do have a question in the chat. It says, a question I get from clients a lot is why do two, and why that timeline? I have heard conflicting information about this, so if you could give us a quick overview of why the timing and the 2 screens are important. Thank you.
Very good. First of all, not all states, because they're individually, do have 2 screens. So it's an excellent question. The Texas is one of 18 states that do 2 screens. Depending on the metabolite that you're checking for, in the first 24 to 48 hours, many of our babies aren't even on full feeds at that time. And so many times you'd like to have a buildup of the metabolite in a baby who's eating longer. So if you do the screen at 24 to 48 hours, you will miss certain conditions. If you do it later, you'll not only pick up those conditions, but you get a second chance to pick up other things as well. So the first one, and the answer to that is some are missed on the first screen, some are missed on the second screen. Combining them, we have a very good pickup rate. But only 18 states do it, so.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We gotta have a response that says, thank you, that makes sense.
Okay.
And it looks like that's the only question we have so far. If we have any other questions that come later, people can send them to me or to one of our other staff members, and we will pass that on to you, Dr. Guillory, to try to get a response.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to talk. And this is a very important topic. And we appreciate what all of the providers do in terms of being part of that whole system of newborn screening. Thank you. It wouldn't work without you turning in the samples. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
And so that leads us to lunch. So we will have lunch for an hour, and we will say, let's be back here at 1:20. Again, for people who are viewing on YouTube, we will have a survey, a poll everywhere survey that we will be posting at the end of the summit. We'll also put a link to that survey on the webpage, and we'll ask that you complete the survey to be able to get your continuing education credits. And this will be for people who are registered for the summit. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us after lunch. I hope everyone had a long enough break to be able to get something. I wanted to say that I know we're having some technical difficulties, and for people who are joining us through YouTube, you aren't able to use the chat feature for the questions at the end of the presentations. So we are going to have an email address that's monitored, so you can put questions in that way. And the email address will be displayed during breaks and occasionally on the YouTube screen. So it is rpm.health.professions@tdlr.texas.gov. And we will have somebody monitoring that. So if at the end of the presentations or during the presentation, if you have a question that you want to submit, please send it there, and we will try to get it read and answered for you. And with that, I'm going to introduce our next presenter. Dr. Michael Nix is an assistant professor in the Department of Women's Health for the Dell Medical School. He received his medical degree and completed his residency in obstetrics and gynecology at UT Southwestern, and served as medical director of perinatal services at University Medical Center Breckenridge. Dr. Nix has a special interest in patient safety and is the chair of the Seton Family of Hospitals Women's Health and Perinatal Network Clinical Care Council, and is a member of the National Perinatal Steering Committee for Ascension Health, and he is also one of our advisory board members. So thank you, Dr. Nix, for joining us today, and I will pass it over to you.
All right, I'm unmuted. Hopefully you are seeing my screen that just says COVID-19 in pregnancy.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for that introduction. I'm happy to be here today, and this talk will be about COVID-19 in pregnancy. The views and opinions expressed are of me, not necessarily from the medical school, nor the department that I work with, nor the TDLR, and do not constitute legal advice and our opinions of myself based on my research that I've done on this. So the first thing, let's talk about what we want to accomplish. I'd like to talk about the effects of COVID-19 on pregnancy. I'd like to become everyone to be familiar with disease stratification, identify risk factors for COVID-19 during pregnancy, discuss some of the management of COVID-19 during pregnancy, and then evaluate the risks and benefits of the vaccination during pregnancy and lactation. So the COVID-19 or the severe, so COVID-19 is the disease caused by the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2. Coronaviruses are a family of viruses that are single-stranded RNA viruses, and they have an envelope around them. And so that's what the big ball-like piece that you see around the coronavirus, that's the envelope that's around it. Now, some of the important anatomy of the coronavirus is just demonstrated here. The S protein is the highly glycosylated transmembrane protein that is, in effect, the way that COVID attaches and attacks our cells. There is a particular interest in the S protein because of that recognition and attachment. The inside, you have the RNA. This is not DNA, it's an RNA virus, and there are nucleocapsids associated with that RNA virus. There's a bilipid membrane, lipid bilayer membrane, and the reason that is important is it allows the coronavirus to attach and basically become transmembranous to our cells because we have bilipid membranes, so that as it attaches, it allows for it to basically pass its contents into our cells. The hemagglutinin esterase is involved in binding and receptor destruction, and then the membrane protein and the envelope proteins are involved in the virus assembly. So the way that the virus works, as you see here on the left of the screen, the SARS-CoV-2 attaches to using the spike proteins, and the spike proteins bind to our ACE2 receptors that are on the outside of our cells. Using the transmembrane proteinase or TMPRS facilitates that entry into the cells. RNA is then released within the cell, and so it basically takes over our cells and uses our cells' typical process for creating proteins to create its own viral proteins. These proteins are then assembled within our cells and then released as a brand new virus and expelled to attack other cells that are in our bodies. So the RNA virus does not incorporate itself into our DNA. The cell is typically disrupted or destroyed after releasing so much product of the additional viruses. So the cells that it's attacking are being destroyed, but it's not incorporating its DNA into us. There have been different variations of mutations that have been identified. One of the first mutations, alpha, beta, gamma, there's been at least 10 that have been identified or listed by the World Health Organization. Alpha, beta, and gamma are no longer widely circulating. The viral mutation of interest right now is a Delta virus, and that's what's circulating and causing disease. It was first identified in India in December of 2020. And what we noticed with this is with the Delta virus is that it had increased transmissibility. It was more transmissible than the previous COVID. There was increase in hospitalizations, and potentially saw a decrease in the benefit that we had from monoclonal antibodies, which we'll talk about when we get to disease treatment. We also saw a decrease in vaccine effectiveness from contracting the disease, but we still have a conserved disease preservation of protection from severe disease. So in other words, we saw a decrease in how well we are protected by the vaccine from Delta in getting the disease, but we still have protection with vaccination against the disease severity and progression of disease severity. The newest one of interest is the Omicron, discovered in South Africa and Botswana in November of this year. And it has potentially increased transmissibility, or a reduction in the benefit of monoclonal antibodies, and a potential reduction in vaccine effectiveness. We're still, the health organizations are still monitoring the spread of that variant and the disease process of that variant. So in the US, I know early in the pandemic, we initially received reports of COVID-19 disease during pregnancy, and initially it was told, we were under the understanding that it didn't actually cause increased problems during pregnancy. But as data has started to accumulate, we see that there is definitely an increased risk of severe disease in those patients that are pregnant people, or that are pregnant. In fact, we'll go over some of the increased potential risks in the next slide, but looking at the total cases, and this is based on a access of a CDC website that shows total cases and kind of tracks. It's kind of actually interesting to play around on that website because you can look at a lot of different stats that have been collected, but looking at disease, pregnant women contracting COVID-19 in the US from January of 2020 to November of 2021, there's been 150,000 cases of women with COVID-19, with 250 deaths. Hospitalized cases, about 25,000, with 631 of those being ICU cases and ventilation being 138, with 40 cases of utilization of ECMO, which is extracorporeal membranous oxygenation. So we are able to track and see that pregnant women are definitely having disease and being affected. And based on more accumulating data, we see that there's definitely an increased risk of potential perinatal risk in those patients that have COVID-19. This is a retrospective analysis, cohort analysis of all deliveries using Premier data. Premier is one of these large data sets that all hospitals report their information, or many hospitals report their information to, and looking at 500,000 delivery hospitalizations, comparing COVID-19, any positive virus, versus no disease at all. We saw an increase in the rate of death in those patients that had COVID-19 virus, and that adjusted risk ratio is 17.0, meaning it's about 17 times more likely to die if you're pregnant and you get admitted to the hospital and have COVID-19 rather than if you don't have COVID-19. ARDS, increased risk, 34.4 with risk ratio, increased risk of ICU admission, mechanical ventilation, ECMO, increased risk of sepsis, shock, acute renal failure, thromboembolic disease, as well as adverse cardiac events and preterm labor with associated preterm delivery. So there's definitely an increased risk that we see in pregnant women that have COVID. And we can stratify some of these risks and when we talk about severity of disease, but we can also look at what risk factors give a higher risk of having a severe infection of COVID-19. Age greater than 35, or the old, I don't like the term advanced maternal age or whatever else we're going to call that, but age greater than 35 is associated with an increased risk of severe disease. Increased BMI, chronic hypertension, and pre-existing diabetes also increase your risk of having severe disease. And then what we also see and note is that women of color have a higher risk of infection, hospitalization, and death. So it adversely affects women of color, and it adversely affects women that have those other above risk factors. So how do we assess, or how do we determine who's going to have severe disease? I mean, many people have asymptomatic infection with the virus. Some people have just symptoms, and some people end up being on a ventilator and needing ECMO. So we assess the symptoms and the exposures. And then what I've got shown here, this came out in, I think, midsummer of 2020. And it's basically an algorithm for an outpatient assessment of likelihood of disease or need of disease in patients that have suspected COVID-19. This is available. It's going to be hard for you to read right now. I understand that. It's kind of hard for me to read right now, and it's on my screen. But it basically looks at whether there are symptoms present. If symptoms are present, then you conduct a severity assessment. And based on that severity assessment, you assess if there's other associated clinical or social risks, and then determine whether this patient can be, or this person can be evaluated and treated as an outpatient, or if they need some sort of medical evaluation or inpatient treatment. And I'll talk a little bit about what we do for that evaluation. But this is currently accessible. I got the address there is how you can find this, to have this as a quick and easy reference in your practice for your clients, so that you can determine if these clients need to be sent for additional evaluation. So starting off, if a patient is asymptomatic, there's really not going to be any change to clinical care. If they don't have any symptoms, we're not going to necessarily start any monoclonal antibodies or give any specific treatment other than discussing the things that we were talking about in all patients that have a positive COVID-19. Quarantining, testing and vaccination of any of those close contacts, hand hygiene to decrease transmission, masking in public to protect others, and then we recommend vaccination in those patients that are asymptomatic. If they develop symptoms, then they may become eligible for monoclonal antibodies. So if we will tell them about risks to look out for symptoms, and if they develop those symptoms, then we can refer them for treatment for monoclonal antibodies. In symptomatic patients, we have to determine the severity of their symptoms. And the two main things that we use for that is an ambulatory oxygen assessment using a pulse ox, as well as chest x-ray. We in the hospital continue to do Q15 vital signs for at least 2 hours to see, to monitor the vital signs. And if their pulse ox is greater than 95%, then that's mild or moderate disease, and those are typically treated as an outpatient. If their pulse ox is less than 94%, they need further evaluation. With a chest x-ray, obviously if they have pneumonia, which I am an OBGYN, I read chest x-rays almost never, but I can tell that this person has pneumonia. And my suspicion is that since I found it on a COVID-19 website, this is probably COVID-19 pneumonia. But the fluffiness that is in those black opaque, those black areas, the lungs, all that highlighting that you see, and the exudate, that's all indicative of pneumonia on the chest x-ray. And so that's a patient, this patient definitely, I can tell you this patient is going to have an O2 sat of less than 95% and will be treated as an inpatient with this, this kind of x-ray. So if their O2 sat is greater than 95%, they either have mild or moderate disease. So these patients get a chest x-ray if they're symptomatic, and if their chest x-ray shows pneumonia, then we're probably going to treat them in hospital. If they don't have pneumonia, then they get referred, they may be monitored as an outpatient because they don't have an oxygen requirement. Their O2 sat is greater than 95%, and they can be referred for monoclonal antibodies. We'll talk we'll talk about that when we get to treatment options. We'll also do telehealth monitoring check-ins because this patient may progress, as we'll talk about how this disease progresses from viral infection to inflammatory response, but it may be early in the course of the disease, and this person may become worse as time goes on. Again, we're going to discuss quarantining, testing and vaccination of close contacts, as well as hand hygiene and masking in public. And then ER precautions, what we typically call ER precautions, which is if you start getting short of breath, breathing too rapidly, start developing chest pain, cyanosis, blueness of the tips, the fingers or distal extremities, or if you have an unremitting fever, then it's time to come back into the emergency room and be evaluated. Because whenever you come back in, you may find out that the O2 sats are less than 95%. So whenever the O2 sats are less than 95%, we're dealing with either moderate, severe, or critical disease. Moderate disease, even with moderate disease, we admit to the hospital. These patients are going to get evaluation with a CBC, as well as with electrolytes. Consider doing D-dimers and CRP, and that's looking to see if there's been any evidence of thromboembolism. These patients will get an EKG, and then we'll also use fetal monitoring based on gestational age and oxygen requirement. For treatment for these patients, pretty much any patient will receive dexamethasone if they have an oxygen requirement. dexamethasone, we can, if they're if they're preterm, we will give the dexamethasone not only for fetal lung maturity, but we'll continue that dexamethasone as a treatment for the COVID for a daily dosing of 10 days or until the patient is discharged. The other treatments will consider Remi or remdesivir. We'll provide anticoagulation, and then we'll initiate monoclonal antibody therapy for those patients that have high oxygen requirement. So based on these findings, we can classify severity of disease. Asymptomatic is just a positive test with no symptoms whatsoever. If they have any symptoms, but shortness of breath, and don't have any abnormal chest imaging, just basically mild symptoms without shortness of breath or abnormal chest imaging, that's mild disease. Once they have an oxygen requirement, they have moderate disease. This would be patients that have shortness of breath, have refractory fever that's not relieved by Tylenol, or have pneumonia on chest x-ray. If their O2 stat is greater than 93%, they would still be classified as moderate disease. If their O2 stat drops lower than 93%, that identifies severe or critical illness. Severe illness being a respiratory rate greater than 30 breaths per minute, or an SiO2 less than 93% on room air, or lung infiltrations for greater than 50% of the chest x-ray. And with critical illness, this is respiratory disease or respiratory failure. These patients may have signs and symptoms of septic shock and may have multiple organ dysfunction. The disease, the virus itself is not really responsible for not directly responsible for the severe disease. It's a reaction to the virus that causes the severe respiratory inflammatory disease. This is a known response. Other types of diseases and infections can cause this. The secondary hemophagocytic lymphohistiocytosis, or SHLH, also known as cytokine storm, which is easier to say, so that's what I'm going to say from now on. Cytokine storm is fulminant and often fatal. Hypercytokinemia that's associated with multi-organ failure. It's defined by unremitting fever, cytopenia, and high ferritin levels. So this is the body's reaction to the infection. So as the body is reacting to this infection, it's releasing cytokines, which is causing the damage that's occurring in the lungs and in the vessels that can cause the thrombosis. So the virus itself initiates the disease, but whenever you get into more severe disease and severe respiratory inflammation, that's mediated by the cytokine storm. So what treatments do we have available for those patients that have COVID-19 disease? Regin-CoV is a combination of two monoclonal antibodies. These monoclonal antibodies are directed against the virus itself. So the antibodies that can help attack the virus. It's given by an IV infusion. It's shown a 70% relative risk reduction in hospitalization or all-cause death from COVID-19 disease. So fairly protective against hospitalization or all-cause death. But in those patients that already have moderate or severe disease, moderate or worse disease, may actually worsen their clinical outcomes. So this is not somebody that we're going to give, somebody on a ventilator, we're not necessarily going to give the Regin-CoV to. It's unlikely that we would do that. But what it also has been approved for is post-exposure prophylaxis, because the idea is that the virus is circulating in the body, and as we give these monoclonal antibodies to the virus itself, it may destroy these antibodies, may destroy the virus particles before it presents as disease or even more progressive disease. So kind of catching that in the first stages of that COVID infection before it actually gets to the cytokine storm. Dexamethasone is a steroid. This is given into any patients who require oxygen. It's been shown to have a decrease in 28-day mortality, and this is really one of the mainstays of treatment. Is we give dexamethasone to pretty much anyone who has an oxygen requirement, and we have a decrease in mortality with the dexamethasone. So there's not really a magic bullet out there, but as far as crossing all disease spectrum, dexamethasone seems to be something that's very helpful. Remi or remdesivir is an adenosine analog. It inhibits viral replication, so it's trying to kind of stop the virus from replicating within the cells. It appears to be most beneficial in those patients that have that do not have severe disease, that don't have a lot of oxygen requirement. It does. The benefits appear limited to those that have severe disease and are requiring low flow oxygen. But those patients that have high flow or greater oxygen requirement, it does not seem to be a benefit, possibly because the cytokine storm is already enacted and it's a little bit late for that process. Since we know that cytokine storm is mediated by interleukins, then IL-6 there have been monoclonal antibodies that have been developed to attack the IL-6 receptors, trying to prevent some of that cytokine release. This is more protective in those patients that have a higher oxygen support. And there are 2 types available in the U.S. IL-6 receptor agents that we're using in the U.S. Each of these showed a reduced mortality in those patients that have a high oxygen requirement compared with standard of care. Some of the newer medication that's available now is a Janus kinase receptor or a JAK receptor. JAK is involved in the cell adhesion and cellular polarity. So the patients that have severe pneumonia may show that there's probably a likely benefit in those patients that have severe pneumonia. The concern about JAK is that it theoretically could affect embryonic development. But so far, we only have 1 published case report of human use from the second trimester that they were using it daily, but they had no adverse effect with the use of baricitinib. And I had to look up on the web to figure out how to pronounce that, and I'm still not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. But the JAK inhibitor does seem to be helpful in those patients that have severe pneumonia. Therapies that have not shown to have any clear benefit or have an unclear benefit, convalescent plasma. There was quite a bit of hubbub about this earlier in disease course, or earlier in the 2020. It turns out that it does not seem to be as protective against all patients, although it may have a role in those patients that have immunocompromisation. And so what convalescent plasma is it's patients who are recovering or have recovered from COVID-19 and using their plasma to inject into individuals who are affected, hoping that that plasma may help provide an immune response to help attack. And so that's the reason that it may be helpful in immunocompromised, but it does not seem to be helpful in the non-immunocompromised. Hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine is an antimalarial agent. A lot of press about that in early 2020. It does no good. So it is potential cardiac toxicity. We actually had plenty of reports of cardiotoxic events of patients that took hydroxychloroquine either with medical advice or without medical advice, but it does not show that it actually is helpful at all. Ivermectin is an antihelminthic that was reported to be protective. It was based on in vitro activity against SARS-CoV-2. So an antihelminthic is a drug that's used against parasites, and that's similar to what hydroxychloroquine is used as well. Helminthics are specifically worms, and so Strongyloides is a infection. We don't typically see that in the U.S., but it is a infection that can infect. It's a parasitic helminthic infection that can affect the lungs. So This may be helpful in those patients who are at risk for strongyloides reactivation, but in those patients that don't have strongyloides or a high risk of having had strongyloides, ivermectin is not helpful. Favipiravir, the data is mixed on this. It's an RNA polymerase inhibitor. It's not available in the US, so we won't be using it here, but currently the clinical trials are in process, although it is not clear that it's helpful. There's a lot of confounding data to the trials that were published that actually showed a benefit from favipiravir. Interferons are immune modulators, and specifically interferon beta has been reported to inhibit SARS-CoV-2 in vitro. However, no clinical data support clear benefit for COVID-19 with immune modulators, specifically interferon beta. And then IL-1 inhibitors. IL-1 is a pro-inflammatory cytokine, meaning another thing that kind of causes the cytokine storm. Some data suggests that treatment with IL-1 inhibitors are associated with a decrease in COVID-19 associated mortality, but the role of it in the management of COVID-19 is uncertain, and hopefully more information will become available on that as time goes on. So many times we need to take into consideration what the effects of breastfeeding are with COVID-19 infection, and current evidence does not suggest that breast milk is not likely to spread virus to babies. So moms that are breastfeeding, it's recommended that they do have the vaccination and booster if they've already completed a vaccination course. And then we also recommend washing hands before breastfeeding or expressing breast milk. And then if a mom is sick with COVID-19 and they're having therapeutic agents, then there needs to be a close discussion about what the risk of those therapeutics or agents are during breastfeeding. Also, what the risk of transmitting COVID-19 to the breastfeeding illness is, to the breastfeeding baby is. I know that early on we were recommending quarantining, but that's just not realistic in most clinical pictures. And so this needs to be an informed decision-making process involving the mom and the infant care team, as well as the maternal care team, as to whether continue breastfeeding or how to continue breastfeeding in a mom that does have COVID-19. I think typically what I see is that after this discussion has occurred, then typically mom does continue with breastfeeding, and the PDs are typically just fine with that. So there's not, but it does warrant a discussion, and specifically if moms are on some type of medications to treat that COVID-19. All right, now to the meat. COVID-19 vaccinations and pregnancy. So in the US, there's kind of two types of vaccinations that are available. One is an mRNA vaccine, and that's made by Pfizer and Moderna. And then the other is a viral vector vaccine made by Johnson & Johnson. So for the mRNA vaccine, and that's what's depicted here, although the viral vector vaccine works very similarly, the mRNA, we basically create mRNA that codes the spike protein of the virus. That is then encapsulated in lipid nanoparticles. And then these lipid nanoparticles may attach to the human cell. They release that mRNA code. That mRNA is then transmitted into spike proteins. And so those spike proteins then elicit that same immune response. Now, this looks kind of similar to that earlier slide that I showed about what happens with infection with COVID-19, except with this, there's no actual production of virus. There's no incorporation into host DNA, and the RNA is actually broken down within a few days. So this is basically giving our cells some spike protein so that our cells can learn to provoke an immune response to that. with the viral vaccine, it's fairly similar to that, but rather than encapsulating it in lipid nanoparticles, it's actually put into a non-replicating adenovirus that has been used, and there's kind of these different classifications, adenoviruses that have been used for this vector, the way to transmit this or the way to get these inside the cells. But similarly, rather than being coated inside of lipid nanoparticles, it's actually living inside of a virus that then attaches into the cell and releases those particles in the cell. Now, that there's not any coding for replication of the virus, so the adenovirus does not replicate, and there's no alteration of host DNA. It's RNA, it can't get into the DNA. So this is all, this vaccination is an attempt to provoke an immune response. Well, that immune response is exactly what causes the problem when we get to severe disease. In other words, it's the cytokine storm that causes severe disease, but there's not enough of these viral particles present to cause a true cytokine storm. But when we see those symptoms that people get after the vaccination, that actually implies that they're having an antibody response to the spike proteins, which to me is good. So let's look at the safety. Now, there are multiple different types of ongoing government and non-government programs that are monitoring the ongoing safety of the vaccination. One of the largest is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. That's a national system of healthcare professionals, vaccine manufacturers, and the public that can report possible side effects or health problems that happen after vaccination. Be Safe is another vaccine reporting network. The Vaccine Safety Data Link and the Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment Project, as well as BD Steps from the CDC, are other ongoing safety monitoring systems. And with each one of these safety monitoring systems, we've not seen any evidence that's associated with infertility or miscarriage. And there's no evidence of any adverse maternal effects or fetal effects from vaccinating pregnant individuals. Now, there are side effects. Pain at the injection site. I myself felt no pain. I didn't even know I got the first injection. I couldn't even feel the first injection. The second one, it was uncomfortable for about a day or so. Now, I got that from a pharmacy student, right? And my first shot was actually from a physician, so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But I can say that my side effects were fairly limited, although I know plenty of people who have had some of the other side effects, kind of the 24 to 48 hours of fever, muscle pain, joint stiffness, joint pain, headaches, fatigue, kind of like you have a viral illness. And plenty of people have had that. It seems to be more common after the second dose, and some people are getting it after their booster doses as well. But once again, this is likely it's not a cytokine storm, but this is likely represents your body starting to respond and starting to fight this. So as you release those cytokines, it causes these things. When you get sick and you feel like crud for 5 days, it's not because the virus directly is causing you to feel like crud. It's because your body's reacting to clear it, and the things that your body releases to clear it make you feel like crud. And so feeling like crud a little bit after a vaccination actually may be some sort of evidence that you're responding to it appropriately. Efficacy of COVID-19 vaccinations during pregnancy. Once again, we have limited data, but that data is growing, but it seems to be just as effective in pregnant individuals as well as non-pregnant individuals, so equally effective across the two. And what we do know is that even though the vaccine, especially with the new variants, is that the vaccine may not protect you from infection, but it does protect you from getting severely ill. And in fact, most of the hospitalized patients did not receive COVID-19. And those patients that did receive COVID-19 and had the infection, in our hospitals, none of them were on the ventilator. None of them were in the ICU. So it does seem to, even though you may get an infection, a patient may, or someone may get an infection after vaccination against the disease, if what they have a protection against is severity of that disease. So the severity is much lower in those patients or those people that have been previously vaccinated. And there's been a lot of concern about what happens with vaccination, what are the risks of vaccination in pregnancy. So multiple different organizations have come together to make a joint statement. And each one of these probably also has their own solitary statement, but together we're talking to ACOG, family physicians, there's the Association of Nurse Practitioners, ACNM is there, as well as infectious disease societies. So multiple different societies came together, and it is, to get one organization to come out with a statement takes a lot of work. To have this many organizations come together to make these statements, that just tells me that there's a propensity of evidence and opinion that that vaccination is not only safe, that it's recommended during pregnancy. So these statements, as the leading organizations representing experts in maternal care and public health professionals that advocate and educate about vaccination, we strongly urge all pregnant individuals, along with recently pregnant, planning to become pregnant, lactating, and other eligible individuals to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Pregnant individuals are at increased risk of severe COVID-19 infection, including death, with cases rising as a result of the Delta variant. The best way for pregnant individuals to protect themselves against the potential harm from COVID-19 infection is to be vaccinated. Maternal care experts want the best outcomes for their patients, and that means both a healthy parent and a healthy baby. Data from tens of thousands of reporting individuals have shown that COVID-19 vaccination is both safe and effective when administered during pregnancy. The same data have been equally reassuring when it comes to infants born to vaccinated individuals. Moreover, COVID-19 vaccines have no impact on fertility. Pregnant individuals and those patients those planning to become pregnant should feel confident in choosing vaccination to protect themselves, their infants, their families, and their communities. So it is safe during pregnancy, at least safer than the alternative. And all accumulating evidence appears to show that as well. Safety and efficacy for the newborn. Now, there are no vaccines that are available for infants or for children under the age of 5, but there's accumulating data that shows that when a pregnant person is vaccinated, some of these antibodies have been shown to appear in the babies. So we start seeing the possibility that we see that babies have high antibody levels. Now, whether this is protective against infection with COVID-19 in these babies is not clearly demonstrated yet. I think that's going to be hard to demonstrate based on the very low numbers of COVID-19 in this population. But we do know that these antibodies do get across, and I think of this very much like whooping cough. I counsel my patients all the time about whooping cough vaccination during pregnancy, because if a woman is vaccinated against whooping cough, then their baby is born with antibodies against whooping cough, and that does infer protection for these babies. And so I can't completely assume that it may provide this protection as well, but we know that it is at least safe and may provide protection. And then one of the last questions is vaccine booster. And so most recently, the ACOG and the CDC have recommended that pregnant women are eligible for a booster shot just like anyone else. And it can be given by any COVID-19 vaccine, no matter what, it doesn't matter what type of vaccine was their initial vaccine. Any COVID-19 vaccine is available for their booster. They don't have to have the same type of vaccination in order to get a booster. So boosters are recommended during pregnancy, as well as outside of pregnancy as well. I assume, although I have not looked at the text links, that there may be a lot of questions associated with this, and I'll take a look at those next, but here are the additional references, and I think I will stop sharing now.
Thank you, Dr. Nix. That was a really informative presentation. We do have a question that says, let's see, is there any truth to the idea that mixing types of vaccine plus booster is beneficial since they work slightly differently?
You know, I don't know that for sure. Now, I will say that two of the vaccines work the same way. They're mRNAs versus the viral vector. I do not know that for sure. I don't see a lot of it. When you get down to the basics, it's all about releasing the mRNA. It's all about getting the mRNA into the cells themselves. I don't know. I don't have any evidence that says mixing those types of vaccinations prefers any more immunity. Physiologically, logistically, it is not that clear to me that that would be of benefit.
Thank you. I guess it's safe to say that the Omicron variant is too new to have any real research on how it affects pregnancy or.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a little too new to be. I think you could probably extrapolate what happens in non-pregnant individuals and assume that if it is more devastating to non-pregnant individuals, it's going to be more devastating in pregnancy as well. But we just don't have that information quite yet. I will, one of the things I was impressed with in my research was that website that I popped up that was from the CDC that shows the number of accumulated cases. I worked on this talk on the 6th and on the 8th, and between the 6th and the 8th, that had updated and increased its numbers. It was a very rapidly updating information there. So if people want to monitor that, I really would push taking a look at that because it's kind of interesting to go and play around on that website and see those numbers. But how rapid our information is gathering and changing on this, it's a daily thing. So it's not, this. I'm hoping not, but this talk may not be in 3 months. I would have to change this talk possibly because of new updated information. But I think what we do know is at least the basics about vaccination and the basics about especially dexamethasone and the monoclonal antibodies, how well they can be used for treatment and prevention.
Thank you. We have a comment from the previous question. It says, thanks, and I imagine they will be recommending boosters every 6 months or so until the most harmful variants have greatly reduced case numbers, ?
I don't know that. I am in that. I don't know who else did the Texas Cares thing. I enlisted in that, and I actually got this information. I did my antibody level test a while back, and my antibody level was positive. It was inferred immunity, but it wasn't near as big as somebody else's. My friends had much higher antibody levels, and I don't know how to interpret that. It makes sense to me that they are more protected, but it also makes sense to me that they're more likely to have side effects if they get a booster. So I think this Texas Care thing is something that can be potentially helpful to help determine if boosters are necessary, because the most recent report had shown basically they were looking to see what happens with antibody response over time, and that may help determine whether additional boosters are necessary. And if are the boosters right now, everything's focused on spike protein, and it probably will continue to be based on spike protein, but I think that's something we'll have to monitor over time. I'm not sure about that every 6 months. I know that. We've been doing boosters for 6 months, so I don't know of anybody who's had a second booster, or at least a second booster that was recommended.
Right. Okay.
Laura's got a question there about whether blood pressure monitoring a little more closely to COVID positive pregnant people is helpful. I'm not sure. Obviously, just monitoring in general is going to be more important for those COVID positive patients. Now, whether blood pressure monitoring has an effect on that, I'm not. I think if you start, if we're worried about the blood pressure dropping, I think you're going to see more clinical signs before that occurs. it may be real. And if you're worried about the relationship to preeclampsia, that often is more apt with more of a severe response. So in other words, if they're asymptomatic, probably not. If they're symptomatic, then and hospitalized, then yes. But of course, they're going to be hospitalized. We're watching their blood pressures anyway. But whether I think that the asymptomatic COVID positive patients are probably not as risk for that high a risk for the preeclampsia as those patients that have the active disease. Because once again, preeclampsia is very much related to autoimmunity. It can be very much related to autoimmunity as well. And so it may be whenever that autoimmunity, the cytokine storm kicks in, then that's what causes the increased rates of preeclampsia.
Thank you. I have a question here that says, hello, it is difficult for midwives at times to access recommendations, etc., from ACOG. I'm curious about recommendations on treatment plan for those who have and recover from COVID-19 in pregnancy. Also suggestions on concurrent collaborative care and transfer for patients, for pregnant clients with COVID-19.
Okay, let me take those in 2 minutes. The first one would be that, the resource that I popped out there for the outpatient administration, that is available to anyone. And I think that the CDC website does have a lot of resources for management of and screening of patients that have potential or suspected COVID-19. I think that once they become symptomatic, then we start talking about things that would necessitate referral to medical care, specifically the monoclonal antibodies, and if their oxygen requirements are increased in the dexamethasone.
Okay, the second part of it was about collaboration or transfer of care for clients, pregnant clients. I guess they're maybe wanting to know at what point you would need to transfer or how to best work out that collaborative relationship.
So once again, I'm going to refer back to that algorithm for the outpatient management evaluation of COVID suspected patients. I think that basically breaks down to if they have an oxygen requirement, if their O2 stats less than 95%, they're going to need referral, or if they have severe symptoms of dyspnea, they're going to need referral for evaluation because they're going to need a chest X-ray and they're going to need continuous pulse ox monitoring to see if they have an oxygen requirement. So I think if they have an oxygen requirement, and definitely, and I think those patients that have severe dyspnea would need to be referral because this is a disease that can progress very rapidly. And those patients that in early in the course of disease, the monoclonal antibody regimen may be helpful earlier in the disease, and it's not going to be very much helpful later in the disease. Later in the disease, you're kind of already at the worst picture, and the monoclonal antibodies and treatments that are available to that are only going to be available in the hospital, and those are for hospitalized. Those would be hospitalized patients typically.
Okay, thank you. Then a question, what are the protocols for MAB? Are there some people who don't qualify?
Yes. I'll tell you that I am not, I don't know. I know there are protocols. I know there are people that won't and remember, there's different types of monoclonal antibodies. There's the monoclonal antibody that's directed against the virus itself, which is more helpful in early disease. That's what the regimen is. And then there's monoclonal antibodies that are directed against IL-6, IL-1, and those are once the patient's already in cytokine storm. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what those specific protocols are, or for who or who would not be susceptible to that. But I would say that probably I can't, off the top of my head, think of a lot of reasons to not give monoclonal antibodies as far as other disease states. Now, based on their oxygen requirements, that is one of the pieces of the protocol for whether to give or not to give the monoclonal antibodies.
Okay, we're getting lots of questions. Do you recommend the use of low dose aspirin for pregnant women? And do you recommend serial ultrasounds because of the increased risk of stillbirth?
So aspirin for pregnant women that no, not necessarily for pregnant women that have COVID-19, asymptomatic COVID-19, or I'm not sure that we're giving those in the hospital as well. Now, aspirin can be used to help prevent preeclampsia for those patients with history with a higher risk of developing preeclampsia, and COVID-19 does increase that risk, but the mechanisms may be somewhat different than what occurs with those patients with previous preeclampsia. Serial ultrasounds because of the increased risk of stillbirth. Now, if a patient is pregnant and they have COVID-19 disease, then yes, they're going to get serial ultrasounds. If they've passed the disease and the disease is no longer present, then I think that risk of stillbirth is much less. It's the active disease state that tends to increase the risk of stillbirth. Once the disease state is passed, then I don't think that's much interested, not much more risk. And then I think we skipped a question is how O2 requirement, do we measure it, where we measure it? Sitting, usually we see it sitting or lying down. I think probably sitting or lying down is the best. If somebody's walking, I don't know if that would give you the appropriate, you may have some desaturation related to that, but I think sitting or lying down would be the most common ways that we're checking O2 sats for those.
Thank you. Related to the question I asked earlier about collaboration and transfer, we have clarification that says I'm specifically referring to clients with mild COVID symptoms at the time of labor. Should they all be transferred for hospital birth?
I'm trying to justify my yes. And I really think, I guess what would concern me is that mild symptoms may progress to more severe disease and more severe disease fairly rapidly. So my initial impression would be that I would recommend those clients that have mild disease in pregnancy and are in labor. I think a lot of it depends on what their symptoms are as well. If they have any shortness of breath, yes, in the hospital. If the symptoms are not necessarily shortness of breath, maybe it's a low-grade fever, then that may not. I think I would tend towards yes, just because of the fear of the progression of disease. But I think very surely if they have shortness of breath, then yes, they need to be.
Okay, can you use betamethasone with pregnant mamas?
Yes. In
Okay.
fact, that's typically, I grew up, we would commonly use betamethasone now. That's what we often use for fetal lung maturity now. So we do use betamethasone, but I think dexamethasone is what most of the studies have incorporated.
Okay, and then Heather and I both posted in chat an email we received that has a lot of different components to it. It's probably easier for you to read it.
Okay, is this the protocols for monoclonal antibody reports of people not qualifying for different reasons?
Yes.
So the protocols for monoclonal antibody, I think we I touched on a minute ago. Mm-hmm. The reports of people not qualifying for different reasons. I'm unclear. I mean, there are, if there's severe disease, then they don't qualify for the Reg-Cov. It's whenever they have less severe disease or even post-exposure prophylaxis. So encourage them to go early and not wait for severity. We definitely encourage early evaluation. And then a big piece of that early evaluation is continued check-in points. And so that's the reason we have these. We have staffs of people that are doing telemedicine consults every 48 hours on patients that are COVID positive, whether or not they have symptoms, just to see if those symptoms are developing. So I think that close follow-up is a big important piece of that. And so, yes, I'd say go early and don't wait for disease severity, at least for the initial evaluation. It's also a good way to kind of get plugged in case things get worse. You're already kind of plugged into a system a little bit. I think that's an important piece of that. How many days post-exposure? Well, if they're symptom or not, if they're not as symptomatic, then it doesn't really matter how many days after exposure. If they're symptomatic, then it would be any time that they develop symptoms. So are we talking about when to do testing for COVID? I'm not sure what that question is getting at. Should we
I think it may be related to the MAB, and I do know that I've looked at that, and I think they recommend that if you're going to start the antibody treatment, it needs to be done within, a certain number of days after testing positive. I don't know if that's what they're referring to or not.
That may be, and that may be, yes, that may be how, I'm not completely positive on that.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Lying, sitting, walking, we talked about that. Beta, Dex, any study and giving action. Okay, I think we talked about all those.
Okay, I think, yes, I think that has covered it for right now. If we get any more emails that come in, we will forward them to you so you can have a chance to respond to them. And thank you so much for your time. That was really informative.
Thank you. Very happy to give it. Thanks for inviting me.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to run into our next presenter, and we'll have a break after the next presentation. So let me share my screen. Okay, our next presentation is TDLR Updates 2021, given by our own Derek Burkhalter. Derek went to law school at Texas Tech from 2004 to 2007. He had a private law practice in Houston from 2007 to 2012 and was an attorney at DPS from 2013 to 2018. Derek has been an assistant general counsel attorney at TDLR since June of 2018 and is currently assigned to the Midwives program. He will be giving a presentation on TDLR Updates 2021. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and let Derek share his.
Okay, thank you very much, Katie. Let me make sure this works. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint screen? Oh.
I can see it, and
start the slideshow.
We're not seeing it in slideshow yet.
Okay.
There it is. Now it's working.
Okay, all good. Okay, I'm Derek Burkhalter. Some of you may know me from our advisory board meetings. I'm happy to be the Assistant General Counsel for TDLR assigned to the Midwives program. So this presentation is going to be a legislative update and an update on our recent rules that were just passed this week by the Commission. So this past legislative session, 2021, was the 87th legislature. This was a really big session for TDLR because our sunset bill was involved. And we'll talk about what sunset is real quick, just to make sure everyone understands what it is. So a sunset review determines if agencies are still necessary or if they can be improved. Basically, the law sets an expiration date, a sunset date for each agency. And the agency will be abolished on the sunset date unless the legislature passes a bill continuing the agency. And so the Sunset Commission is actually its own agency, and it has staff, and they come do a full review of the agency. And they did this with TDLR over 2019, 2020, and parts of 2021. I mean, they came in and just review all of our processes, make sure everything is right. It did not review the medical programs this round because those had just been reviewed by DSHS, and that's actually how the Midwives program came to TDLRs, because the Sunset Commission recommended that, and then the legislature passed a bill doing that. So the Sunset Commission will make recommendations to the legislature. They make a report, and then the legislature actually decides whether or not to pass a bill. And sometimes they include those recommendations, sometimes they change them, or sometimes they just leave them out totally. So the legislature did pass a bill continuing TDLR. It's House Bill 1560. We call it our Sunset Bill. It continues TDLR for 12 years. So our new sunset date is 2033. So we'll have another review on that date. Just a few kind of overall changes. There wasn't really anything that affected midwives directly, but there were a lot of changes that affected the department as a whole. Some of them will be relevant to midwives, some not. So for advisory boards, So these changes are we're talking about the Occupations Code. Chapter 51 of the Occupations Code is what actually enables TDLR to exist and tells TDLR what it can do. And then Chapter 203 of the Occupations Code is specific to midwives, and it tells the department how to run the midwives program. So the changes I'm going to talk about right now are changes to Chapter 51, so to the whole department process. So they made changes that authorize TDLR to call advisory board meetings as needed. There were some programs where you had to have a meeting every year or every 6 months. So those were taken out, and now we can just do it as necessary. Allows the advisory boards to hold video conference meetings. We did this throughout COVID, basically because we had a waiver from the governor saying that you don't have to follow the Open Meetings Act in this regard. So they gave us basically permanent authority to hold video conferences even when COVID passes. Also authorizes TDLR to create interdisciplinary advisory boards to coordinate expertise among different programs. So there may not be anything that really fits with midwives, but for example, like our driver training program could mix with our motorcycle safety program, and those advisory boards could get together and have one big board and decide issues that are relevant to both of them. Some changes regarding inspections. TDLR, they want us to establish a risk-based approach to inspections to prioritize the higher risks. The same with complaints, things that are more risk to the public, they want us to prioritize those. It removes subjective licensure provisions. So those are things like honesty, integrity, and trustworthiness. They're things that mean different things to different people, and there's not really an objective standard that we can go by. So they took some of those provisions out. And it also clarifies our general authority to adopt rules requiring continuing education. So it basically says we can require continuing education for any of our license types. It provides authority to order refunds. If consumers have been harmed, we can order the licensee to refund those consumers. It requires TDLR to maintain statistics on complaints regarding its licensees. So this is an enforcement thing. They have to provide more information on our website. And requires TDLR to dismiss low-level complaints, and that's kind of part of the prioritization changes. So some big changes to other programs. This Sunset Bill eliminates the polygraph examiners program totally. So that means you no longer have to have a license to be a polygraph examiner. They do have to have certification and things like that, but they're no longer required to have a license from TDLR. The barbering and cosmetology programs, which were separate programs, are being combined into one big program. The Sunset Committee found that there were a lot of license types in one program that are really similar to the others, so there was a lot of kind of repetition. It restructures the driver training program to make new license types that are kind of differently structured. With combative sports, they remove some license types, seconds, matchmakers, and event coordinators. And it moved the home warranty regulation from the Texas Real Estate Commission to TDLR. So those are all the Sunset Bill provisions that are kind of interesting, kind of relevant. Another bill that passed, Senate Bill 1941. So this is about hyperemesis gravidarum. I'm sure I didn't pronounce that right, but I'm just going to call it HG for right now. So this bill, it defines HG as a disorder that causes a woman to experience extreme persistent nausea and vomiting during pregnancy that may lead to dehydration, weight loss, or electrolyte imbalance. So the bill requires the Health and Human Services Commission to develop and implement a 5-year strategic plan to improve the diagnosis and treatment of and raise public awareness of HG. And the initial plan must be developed not later than September 1st, 2022. And so this 5-year strategic plan that HHSC has to provide, it has to increase awareness among state-administered program providers who serve women at high risk. The plan should establish a referral network of community-based healthcare providers and support services, increase women's access to formal and informal peer support services, raise public awareness, and leverage sources of funding to support existing community-based screening, referral, treatment, and support services. So, there's not a whole lot being done here, except it requires HHSC to make this plan and implement the plan. So these things should be done by HHSC. Senate Bill 800, this was a bill that streamlines a lot of reporting requirements for different state agencies. With regard to midwives, it repeals one particular section of the Midwifery Act, and it's the one that you see here. So this was a provision that required preparing and publishing reports on the practice of midwifery, but it really didn't tell us what kind of information it wanted or what the purpose of the report was. You know, we were already doing several kinds of reporting, but the legislature said, let's just go ahead and take this out. Senate Bill 40 is another one that passed. So this allows for the use of telehealth, which is telecommunications in health professions programs administered by a TDOLR. This may not be too relevant to midwives because there probably aren't a lot of things that you can do where you don't need to have hands-on sort of treatment. But basically it says a health professional providing telehealth services is subject to the same standard of care that would apply in an in-person setting. So the intent of the bill is not to change the care, it's just to allow for the mode of the care to be changed. And this is all to accommodate, of course, the emergency that COVID produced and the high demand for telehealth services that came out of that. And so the department is currently developing rules to provide some like basic general requirements for telehealth. And then each separate advisory board for the profession can then go in and kind of fine tune the rules that it wants. So that may be something that possibly gets discussed by the advisory board in some future meeting. And as I said, the advisory boards can recommend more specific rules. Okay, now this one, I debated a little bit as to whether I should include it. I decided to go ahead and do it because it does involve pregnancy and the rights of the pregnant woman and the fetus. And really every Texas citizen should be aware of this, if nothing else because of its historical significance. This is a really big deal in the law, in constitutional law. So this is Senate Bill 8, called the Texas Heartbeat Act, and went into effect September 1st, 2021. It's kind of a long bill. There are a lot of nuances. I tried to basically just summarize it to get the basic concepts across. So if I've made any mistake, you know, it's not because of any bias, it's just I've done the best I can to kind of summarize. So SB 8 prohibits a physician from performing an abortion if a fetal heartbeat is detected, except for medical emergency. It also requires the physician to check for a heartbeat before the abortion. Now, this is kind of the big provision. Any person, except the government, may bring a civil lawsuit against any person, except the pregnant woman, who performs or induces an abortion in violation of the act, in other words, a heartbeat was detected, knowingly engages in conduct that aids or abets the performance of an abortion in violation of the act. Now think of what that means, aids or abets. It doesn't give much guidance. It does say that paying for the abortion or reimbursing it through insurance would be aiding or abetting. Some have suggested that even an Uber driver could be prosecuted for aiding someone by giving a ride to the abortion clinic. Of course, they would have to be knowingly engaging in that conduct. And also against anyone who intends to engage in the conduct described by paragraph 1 or 2. So even if you just intend to help someone get an abortion that violates this law, you could be prosecuted. So some important things to point out, like I said, any person except the government can sue any person except the woman. And so this is not a criminal lawsuit, this is a civil lawsuit in civil court. And so the idea here is that it's not the government denying the rights of the pregnant woman, because the government can't file suit, the government can't take action, and you can't do anything against the woman herself. So it's basically attacking everyone else around her. And so the idea is that some of the previous constitutional law cases that have declared a right to abortion, in this case, they would not be denying the woman the right to abortion because of the way this is set up. So that's kind of the idea of this law. Now, if the plaintiff wins the lawsuit, someone actually sues someone for this. If the plaintiff wins, the court shall award, shall meaning the court doesn't have discretion to not do this. So one, injunctive relief to prevent future violations by the defendant. That means An injunction is a court order saying you can't do this again. If you do it again, you're going to get fined or possibly thrown in jail. 2, at least $10,000 for each abortion violating the act. Again, the court shall award. So this is a minimum of $10,000, and cost and attorney's fees. So the defendant would have to pay all of those fees. Now, if the defendant wins the case, they successfully defend themselves, a court cannot award attorney's fees to that defendant. So if you're the plaintiff and you win, you get all these things. If you're the defendant and you win, you basically don't get anything except, you can walk away free. And the suit must be filed not later than 4 years after the violation. So there's kind of a 4-year statute of limitations, so to speak. So of course, there's been a lot of litigation already about this case. There was a suit to try to stop it from going into effect on September 1st. The Supreme Court declined to step in for that request. There have been 2 lawsuits to preemptively challenge the law after it's already gone into effect, but before anyone has actually tried to take anyone to court for this. And that's important because usually for a Supreme Court to decide a case, there has to actually be a case, with a plaintiff and a defendant, where they can actually look into the facts of that case and how the law was applied to that particular situation. But these 2 lawsuits are saying, no, we don't want to wait for that to happen. We want you to declare the law unconstitutional before anyone tries to use it. So there were 2 lawsuits that tried to do that. One was by the United States Department of Justice, and the other was by a group of abortion providers represented by an entity called Whole Woman's Health. Now, we weren't sure when the decisions on these were going to come out. It could be as late as June, which is when the court's term ended. But the universe conspired, and over my lunch break, the Supreme Court issued decisions in these cases. So this is a particularly relevant case today because these cases were decided today. Now, keep in mind, these are just to try to stop the law before it's actually used. So even if these cases lose, that doesn't mean that another case couldn't be brought where someone actually was prosecuted under or sued under the law successfully. And then that case could work its way up as well. So these lawsuits are not necessarily the end of the story. There could be more cases coming. So as I said, over my lunch break, I checked the news and these decisions have been issued. Now, so this is really just the first page of the decision. So the first one here on the left, this is a 1-page decision. So what you see right here is the full decision. That's all the feedback we get. And basically the Supreme Court dismissed the case by the US Department of Justice and said, no, the federal government cannot sue Texas to preemptively prevent implementation of this law. The second one, the court said, yes, this group of abortion providers, they can sue to preemptively stop, but by saying they can do this, the court is not saying they win the case. The court is just saying, okay, this case can proceed in the lower courts. So we could see this case again if once it proceeds through the district court, through the appellate court, it could go again up to the Supreme Court. But this case was kind of just a preliminary, can this case even go forward decision? And the Supreme Court said, yes, this one can go forward, not the Department of Justice case. So this is a 50-page long decision. I did not have time to read it over my lunch break, and I'm not prepared to sort of give opinions on it or anything like that. But you should just be aware that it's out there. Go read it if you're interested. As the law currently stands, from this attorney's perspective, SB 8 is still in effect. There are cases developing at the state district court level. I believe yesterday news came out that one state judge had declared the law unconstitutional, but allowed the trial to go on or something like that. So this is a very developing area of law. Stay tuned. There's definitely a lot more to come on that. Let's see. I wanted to talk about some bills relevant to midwives that failed, but I'm kind of reaching the end of my time, so I'm going to kind of push through these a little bit. House Bill 136, it failed. It was trying to address concerns regarding the lack of accurate information regarding the number of mothers who die after childbirth. It was voted out of the House committee, but the full House never voted on it, so it died. Senate Bill 735, and I think this is a really important one for you guys to know. So this would have allowed midwives to administer a drug commonly used in labor or postpartum care, including an anti-hemorrhaging drug, intravenous fluids, or a local anesthetic, or a prophylactic drug that meets the applicable standard of care for a woman or newborn and is approved by DSHS. So as you know, midwives are very limited in the drugs that they can use with their clients. This would have expanded that list to include these things. The bill was referred to the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. The committee did hold a hearing on it in April, but it was left pending in committee. So they didn't vote to move it out of the committee to the full Senate. I know I've heard a lot of desire for this sort of thing to go into effect. So just the fact that it was filed, maybe that's an indication that in future legislative sessions, we might see a bill like this make more progress. Just an interesting thing, there were some other bills that failed regarding TDLR and things that TDLR might license. Cannabis, 5 bills were filed to legalize the recreational use of cannabis, and all 5 bills wanted TDLR to regulate the licensing of the growers, distributors, transporters, all those things. So, stay tuned on that. It didn't pass this legislative session, but it seems to be gathering more support because 5 bills were filed this session, whereas the previous session only 1 bill was filed. So you see the other things on the list, lactation consultants, that didn't pass, but that's something that could kind of go hand in hand with midwifery. Let's see. Anyway, I'll move on. So we'll talk about the midwifery rules, and these are kind of a relevant topic because the commission just adopted these new rules on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, and these rules will go into effect January 1st, 2022. Hopefully this is not news to you, but I just wanted to go over these quickly and make sure everyone knows that they are going into effect next month. So the license renewal section has been amended, and now for each license expiring on or after September 1st, 2022, at least 2 of the 20 hours of continuing education submitted for renewal must cover assessing fetal heart rates by intermittent auscultation. And again, that won't affect your March renewal for this year because that's before September 1st, 2022. So next year, you'll have to comply with this. Another change of this section was that the department will now employ an audit system for recording your continuing education hours. This does go into effect January 1st, so it will go into effect for your current renewal cycle. And so you will have to maintain all the documentation of your continuing education, but you won't actually submit it to the department with your renewal application unless you're chosen for audit. And the department will notify you that you've been chosen for audit before the deadline for your renewal. And in that case, you do have to provide all your documentation. So this allows the department to kind of streamline some of its processes and make things a little bit easier for you in the application process. And it kind of puts a little bit of faith in you that you're going to do the right thing. And we're just going to do audits to check and make sure that is the case. So subsection D, this really just provides the process and fleshes out all the details. I won't read those out loud right here. And this is a continuation of that list. Hopefully you've seen all this before and it's not huge news to you. Now this is kind of the bigger one. It deals with the labor and delivery section. And so it adds, I would say it clarifies the provision regarding fetal heart rate. That now reads, and so these are conditions that require immediate emergency transfer. So 6 now reads an abnormal fetal heart rate, which includes but is not limited to bradycardia, tachycardia, abnormal rhythm, or persistent recurrent variable or late decelerations after 30 minutes of intrauterine resuscitative measures. So this was language that was carefully considered. It went through the full advisory board process. You can go back and watch our past meetings if you want to see those discussions. And also we added uterine tachysystole. And finally, we added to that section labor and delivery. If intermittent auscultation is used to determine the fetal heart rate, it shall be performed as recommended by the American College of Nurse Midwives. Now, what is their recommendation? They have put out a clinical bulletin dated October 2015, and that's this is the heading that you see right here. So you can find that pretty easily on the internet. It's multiple pages. It's a little bit dense medical literature, so I couldn't try to explain it to you here, but definitely go look at that so you know the standards that you'll be held to for performing intermittent auscultation. So I think I finished close to my time, but I just want to thank you all. It's been a real honor to work with this group and with the advisory board on this really important program. I hope I've done it justice. So thank you, and if we have time, I'm willing to answer questions. Well,
Thank you. There is something. The question, is there any chance Senate Bill 735 could be revived? It is often a struggle to obtain standing orders, yet we are expected and want to be able to administer these meds. Anything we can do to aid this being reconsidered?
So not this legislative cycle. The session has ended, so there aren't going to be any more bills passed until the next legislative cycle, which will be 2023. So you can talk to your representatives. You know, if that's the language you like in the bill, then let your representative know and explain to them why, and communicate with them as much as possible to express your views. There are so many opportunities for public participation during the legislative process and during the rulemaking process with TDOR. But if a bill is filed and they schedule hearings, go to those hearings, give testimony, tell them how it affects you, tell them how it affects your clients. Just provide information and communicate with your representatives.
Can I add that the Association of Texas Midwives intends on filing that bill every session until it gets passed?
Thanks, Lori.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes multiple sessions to get a bill through.
Thanks for that.
Yes, and I would say that I was there in the Senate when Brielle gave testimony for Senate Bill 735. She did a great job. That's the only question we have right now, Derek. So if anybody has any other questions, they're welcome to email them to us at the rpm.health.professions@tdlr.texas.gov email address, and we will get them answered for you. And at this point, we're going to go to break. We ask that everybody be back at 3 o'clock, please, for our last presentation. Thank you. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope that break was nice and long enough for you to do what you wanted to do. I'm going to share my screen and introduce our next presenter. Oops, that's not the right one. Let me try this one more time. Nope, let me fast forward. Sorry about this. It's showing the correct one on my screen, but it didn't pull up that way. So here we go. Okay, Sabrina Elliott has been a Texas licensed midwife and a certified professional midwife since 2019. Her work as a doula for the 8 years prior to her starting midwifery school pushed her to become a midwife. As a student, she worked in 2 busy birth center practices 3 hours from her home of Abilene, Texas. She has been an apprentice to multiple midwives, giving her the unique blessing of having worked in many different situations and practices as she had no preceptors in close proximity. When she was licensed, she went back to Abilene and began to serve her community. Now, as a home birth midwife, she serves Abilene, San Angelo, Sweetwater, and most of Central Texas. Sabrina was born in Lubbock, Texas. She is married with 6 children and is now a grandmother. Her passion is BBACs, education, helping women have a chance at a redemptive birth where they feel honored and heard.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me. Good afternoon, everyone. I will go to start sharing my screen now. You should see my PowerPoint, avoiding burnout. Does everybody see that?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Okay, like I said, my name is Sabrina Elliott. I'm a midwife located in Abilene, Texas, which is in the very middle of Texas. If you don't know where that is, it's located 2.5 hours away from any other major city. I have a home birth practice. It's called Sweet Embrace Midwifery Care. I travel as far away as 1.5 hours to serve San Angelo, Brownwood, Sweetwater, and all the places in between due to a few midwives in this area of rural West Texas. Here's a photo of my family from earlier this year. So my kids are growing up. I have 6 children total, 5 of my own that are pictured here, and a stepdaughter who lives in Lubbock with her mom, and she just made me a grandmother in July to this sweet little girl, Adeline. Before I was a midwife, I had been a doula for 8 years. I started midwifery school a couple of times before, but due to my own mommy guilt, trying to homeschool my children and having only one preceptor in the area, it wasn't until the 3rd time I started school that it finally stuck. One of my last doula experiences was incredibly tough, and it resulted in the death of my 14-year-old refugee client 8 days after childbirth due to undiagnosed sickle cell disease. That pushed me to seek out a counselor who listened to me and my many outpourings of wanting to do more and wishing that I could. He then asked for me to bring my husband in and talk with him as well. And between him and my family physician, who was a family friend and knew me well, they encouraged my husband that midwifery was something I had to do, and that clearly I was meant to become a midwife, even though there was going to be a lot of challenges with that for our family. You see, my husband was scared to let me go. Honestly, he was afraid with the craziness of all the kids and us homeschooling them, that tasks might fall through the cracks and that I might not come back home, or worse yet, that life might change for all of us. The problem at home in Abilene was that I no longer had an option for a preceptor nearby, and we had a family that decided that I needed to pursue midwifery, and or we as a family decided that I needed to pursue midwifery, and I started at a birth center in another town. But with the low volume there, I would need to travel for many years, and that just didn't seem feasible for us. So I was then told of an opportunity to apprentice in a birth center in Dallas, but this was a difficult decision for our family because it was 3 hours away from home. Yes, I said from home because we did not move. I just didn't live there much. So I worked hard, and I had many preceptors throughout my apprenticeship who believed in me and allowed me to drive and sometimes sleep, which meant that I missed some births and had to do more prenatals and see more clients to make up for that. For my family, it took a lot of adjustment, but for me this time, it was easier to put one foot in front of the other than the other times I had gone to midwifery school and just focus on accomplishing a goal. I finished midwifery school and my apprenticeship in May of 2019 and had my license. You might wonder how this my preceptor. I get calls from sister midwives asking how they're going to go on, and even myself as a new midwife, there have been times I just wanted to quit. So some of these issues are my own that I'm going to bring up, but what makes me knowledgeable in this area is having taken note of what I could see the problems to be in other midwives' practices, because I had a bird's eye view of what not to do, and not that they weren't doing everything right. That's not on them, but just being able to look at it from a different perspective. Some of it I learned from myself without having repeating the steps myself, and some I had to learn the hard way. So I had a dream all along to finish school, come back to Abilene, open a big birth center in the big country, as our area of Texas is called. Some families want the experience of a home birth, but they live too far away to make it really feasible or to feel like it's a safe option. At the end of my schooling, I had a friend that offered to fund my dream if I was willing to put in the work. So I took her family up on their offer. And looking back, I don't think it was actually the best idea because there was no time to breathe. I jumped from finishing school to opening a birth center in 3 months. Here's a little piece of my birth center called Crowned. That meant that I was working on the paperwork to open one while I was finishing school. And then with my little bit of college experience as an interior designer and my husband's woodworking skills, we remodeled a 3,700 square foot, 100-year-old house so that it could be open for business at the end of August. Remember that I didn't get my license until September, but I already had clients lining up who refused to get prenatal care somewhere else. In the meantime, that meant that I had to hire a midwife to see patients for a month or two while I waited for my license. I was proud of my accomplishments, but I was worn down from school, studying for the norm and remodeling. Now I was caring for clients in a town that I was having to re-educate about midwifery, and I had some helpers, but no part-time or real full-time staff. I'm sure some of you know what that's like. I'm not the first one to run a birth center alone. I had helped with the startup of another midwife's birth center practice in Dallas, and so this wasn't completely all new to me. Doing paperwork, laundry, and home repairs on the weekends was my new normal. However, billing wasn't something I had ever done, and so I delegated that job out to an individual biller, a friend and past client. The job was more than she expected, and instead of telling me that she was unable to fulfill those obligations, and that she didn't really know all the ins and outs of birth center and midwifery billing, she let things go and we lost a lot of money. Ultimately, I chose to close the practice in October of the following year because my friend, who was an investor, wasn't seeing a return and she wanted more of a percentage of my company. And I decided that it would be better to cut my losses and choose not to accept the offer, as my percentage was all I had to show for my work. And I decided that I needed to simplify. So in 13 months, I had done a lot of work and seen many births, mostly without reimbursement for the business and definitely without a salary for me. So now what? I started a home birth practice. And when it was slow, I would go back and help at the birth center I was trained at, help with other birth center practices in other towns. And I wasn't really focusing on building my own practice. I had lost focus and drive after my dream was gone. I felt like a failure in my small town. I was drained and just on autopilot. That's when I was offered a job to go back to the birth center I had trained at in the big metropolis of Dallas. I was drawn to the idea because of time off, a paid salary, a team to bounce ideas off of, a place where I knew the charting system and how they practiced, and there was recognition as a licensed midwife by repeat clients instead of staying in Abilene and trying to gain trust in my own community. If you know anything about Enneagram personalities, I'm a 3. That means that I like to be at the top of my game, and I was nowhere near that in my hometown, so why not move? I viewed it as an adventure, and it included some of my best friends in the midwifery world. At home, I was having to make a name for myself, and in Dallas, women already knew me and loved me, and as a midwife. I took the job and was on a 60-day trial period. I thought this option might actually be the best for me. It turned out that it was harder now because I had jumped from slow, relaxed Abilene to Dallas traffic in a high volume practice that had grown twice the size since I left. After a few weeks of living in a hotel, I began to miss my family. They were home getting ready for the move, and as I drove home each week, I realized that I missed the slower, more relaxed ways of a home birth practice, and the overwhelming busyness of the birth center made me wonder if I was even qualified. I was getting frustrated, overwhelmed, and just flat burnout. How could this happen only 2 years in? I was feeling like a failure, and most of all, that others were starting to see me as flaky and non-committal. What a joke. Ultimately, it just wasn't me, and yet I couldn't see that. I just saw it as another loss. So I had to make a change and get focused because I couldn't give up on this dream of mine, but I've been the queen of being busy. It's not unusual for my neighbor, my mom, or my friends to say, I don't know how you get it all done. I was taught to be busy. I was also taught to fake it until you make it, which also creates the need to look busy. It's not just a midwife problem, but it's become an issue across the nation for all walks of life. It was time to break some habits. So I started doing an inventory of what I liked and I didn't like, and what was wrong with practices I had worked in that made them difficult. Also, that I could develop a list of what I was looking for and what I needed to feel good about continuing midwifery, because honestly, I thought about quitting, finding a 9-to-5 job with benefits and weekends off, one that I could turn off at the end of the day, and definitely one that didn't make me have to get out of my warm bed in the middle of the night. I thought about the midwives I had apprenticed with and those that were stressed and some that were worn down. Honestly, I determined that there were even times I myself had become a victim of someone else's burnout. Instead of making choices on my own, I was looking to others to help me make decisions. I wasn't standing on my own because I was afraid, not of the consequences, but of making the wrong choice for my clients based on what my boss might think I should have done. Unfortunately, even some of my preceptors and my bosses were burned out and overworked, and this just made me spiral downward. In a couple of instances, that trickled down to the patient at my hand. This too wasn't working, and I decided I was done with this job for sure, and I was going home. Maybe to continue a home birth practice, or maybe to rethink my life's choices and become an interior designer or paint houses, but definitely going home. I remember lots of long drives that allowed me to think on and ask myself what made the lives of the midwives around me easier and what was killing their desire. And after I thought on this for weeks and made my list, I looked into whether this topic had been studied by someone else. Did you know that midwives typically work an average of 7 years before finding another career or just retiring? So what is burnout? Here's the definition at the top. It's physical or mental collapse caused by overwork or stress. So what does burnout look like? You need to recognize the signs. On your screen, it shows anxiety, depression, detachment, friends and family mentioning that you don't seem yourself, emotional and physical exhaustion, making big mistakes or major things being missed in care for clients, feeling cynical about your job or life, helpless or even hopeless, having a lowered immunity and finding yourself often sick, frequent headaches, muscle pain, change in appetite and sleep habits, sense of failure and self-doubt, and difficulty maintaining relationships and being present with loved ones. There are some differential diagnoses that I found. Instead, you could possibly have compassion fatigue, which is hard personal situations with clients. That's just one example. Moral distress, when you've been put in compromising situations like too many clients and things getting missed, not enough time to meet the needs of your clients, not enough space in your birth center to see all the people that you have, trying to cover too much ground for rural midwives, or trying to care for the well woman as a whole person and not just the pregnant client, meaning that you're stepping outside of your scope. It could be vicarious trauma, which is hard birth outcomes, or PTSD, which is not received. Maybe like an example of that would be not being received well at the hospital. Maybe you've been called names by hospital staff, been told it was your fault when you did all that you could and you were trained to do. So what we tell ourselves is that burnout only affects us and that we can hide it and we can keep going, but that is wrong. It affects you, it affects your family, your boss, your coworkers, and most importantly, your clients. Did you know that burnout can also affect your health? It increases your risk for cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, depression, and suicide. When doing some research, I found that in January of 2020, a Copenhagen burnout inventory was done by reviewing 14 articles that included a total of 8,959 midwives. Now, if you have never heard of a Copenhagen burnout inventory, it's a tool to measure burnout in any industry based on 3 scales: personal burnout, work-related burnout, and client-related burnout. When using it to evaluate midwifery, it was found that 58.9% of midwives drop out of midwifery care with anxiety, depression, and stress. And we're going to talk about each of those different scales in regards to midwifery. Of those midwives, 50% of them had personal burnout, 40% of them had work-related burnout, and 10% had client-related burnout. So let's start with the least of these, client-related burnout. And I'm going to give you some examples in my own practice where this has been an issue, these next 3 stories. So at 11 p.m. on a weekend, a previous client texts me and wants to know if her 6-month-old, who is no longer in my care, should switch to formula like her pediatrician told her to do 3 days ago, and which one she should use. Now, that's a question that would take you more than just a simple text back if you're the caring sort, which we are, until you receive that text at 11 p.m. on a weekend night after you've been at a birth all day and you have another one brewing. This is the tool that we use to burn ourselves out most, is our cell phone, I believe. Then there's our heart for people that sometimes causes us trouble. I had this one client that I loved. She was one that I connected with, and I would stay and visit with her and her husband longer. They were new to town, and I even thought of inviting them over for a home-cooked meal. Something stopped me, though, thankfully. She had the sweetest family, and I wanted this experience for her almost as much as she wanted it for herself, which was saying a lot because she wasn't a patient that transferred in late to me. She actually called and made a consultation appointment after her first positive pregnancy test at 4 weeks. She knew she wanted me to be her midwife, so that could, so what could go wrong? Her blood pressure late in pregnancy started creeping up, and she put it off as stress, and I wanted it to be, so I throw all the supplements at her that I could until I couldn't deny what it was more, or that it was more, and had to transfer her out of care. However, she wasn't just upset when her pregnancy ended in a cesarean delivery due to preeclampsia, but she shut down and was angry. Really, she was just disappointed because she wanted a water birth and to avoid the hospital. See, I was supposed to fix it all and make all her dreams come true with perfect photos of her amazing birth experience. So disheartening, not just for me as her midwife, but also for me as her friend, which made it harder when she wouldn't answer phone calls and demanded money back through texts and Venmo requests. I'm sure I'm not the only one that has had something like that happen. Here's one more. This one's directed a little bit more towards newer midwives or students here today. Let's discuss the person that comes to you and wants to decline everything and is adamantly against going to the hospital. Maybe you're okay with that, but as you start your midwifery practice, you really need to think about what you're comfortable with and if you're going to allow your clients to decline ultrasounds and all the labs, because if you aren't, then you need to say no in that interview. There will come a time when something is really a problem and you need her to get an ultrasound for a baby that doesn't seem to be growing, or transfer her due to a new risk factor. And she says that she just will not do this and she'll just have her birth unassisted. So what then? How do you take care of her? How do you get rid of her? You're going to wish you had seen this coming and wish that you had set limits or not accepted her into your care. So what it comes down to is sometimes people are just hard. Not every woman is right for you. It could be a law of science that the ones you have to bend over backwards for will drag you down, waste your time, and sue you in the end. And that may sound cynical, but seriously, sometimes it's true. So what do we do to help ourselves avoid these situations? We set boundaries. So let's move into personal burnout, because I think setting boundaries with clients to avoid client burnout also leads to setting boundaries to avoid personal burnout. So how do you do that? Well, it starts with figuring out who you are as a person and who you are as a midwife, and lots of self-evaluation. I'm going to read this quote that I found. Boundaries are the limits you set with the people in your life, because before you say yes to someone, make sure that doesn't result in you saying no to yourself. Unfortunately, that may take some trial and error. Hopefully you're listening to this talk and are thinking of taking a proactive approach, but maybe you've already experienced some burnout and that has brought you to the point where you need to make some self-discoveries. So here's some questions to ask yourself. What risk factors are you comfortable with? What testing are you comfortable with clients declining? What causes you to be fearful? Can you incorporate another midwife that has experience with what you fear for such situations, or do you need to avoid altogether? For instance, breech birth, twin deliveries, gestational diabetes that's diet controlled, newborn resuscitation, and the list goes on. Do you feel more comfortable with home birth or a birth center? What is your cause and what energizes you for midwifery? Mine is caring for those who wish to try for a VBAC or a vaginal birth after cesarean and giving options to those who thought they had none. So this slide right here, purpose fuels passion. You must find your purpose so that you can have a passion for midwifery again, or keep one going if you're just starting out. And that takes acceptance of who you really are and learning to love that person. And that may mean that you don't look like the midwife, which we're not in person, so not next to you, but the midwife that is a friend or went to school with you, but practices differently. After all, I've learned that there are 50 different ways to practice as a midwife, so you just have to find yours. It also means that not every client that comes to you and maybe even really desires you as their midwife will be the right one for you. Are you okay with that? Is that something that you can be aware of so that you can say no to them? One of the best things I learned was that there is power in saying no or saying I'm not available. And maybe a better way to say it is, I'm sorry, I don't think this is the best fit for either of us. So let's talk about more ways to create burnout. Too many people undervalue what they are and overvalue what they're not. For student midwives and newer midwives, I want to caution you to not undervalue yourself. I had a midwife come to me from West Texas, which is a very big area, but she asked me not to undervalue myself in the beginning of my practice. After all, at the end of the day, we are all overseeing the life of a child coming into the world. And I've seen some midwives charge $1,500 to $2,000 less than other midwives in their community when they first start. I understand that you may not feel like you have the same experience as other midwives, but whether you take the client or another midwife does, you're both going to be giving the same amount of time and maybe even more due to having to do more reading and training to meet their needs. If you have many clients flock to you because of the price, you may become overwhelmed and resentful of not getting paid enough at some point. The other midwives in your area will become resentful as well. Also, a client that chooses you for your lower price may have a hard time paying for extra things that can come up, like lab testing and ultrasounds. And if you had charged full price, you might be able to negotiate to pay some of those things for her or cut a payment out if needed. I'm not asking you to price fix or give discounts or make payment plans with families in need, but more that you advertise that you don't advertise that you do it for less, mostly because our job is of value and important. Sometimes you have to say no, not because of the person, but you're in need of some downtime, and you set aside a month or two to make sure you have time or family for your family or rejuvenation. And it never fails. Your repeat client is going to call you and tell you that she's pregnant and due during your vacation. So what are you going to say? I hope for you and your family's sake that you do say no. To make sure that that doesn't happen, you could try to schedule some time off at least twice a year and plaster up some posts on Facebook and Instagram about taking time off in 8 to 9 months. Let your followers know that you need to be practicing safe sex if they want you in attendance. Then just go and enjoy your downtime. You've let them know. There are times when you don't get a heads up and we don't get to plan that far in advance, and that's okay too. But what would it do for you to have complete and utter time off? It's not an impossible thing. You just have to plan and let go, which I know is hard for midwives. We get really involved with our clients, but remember that it's okay for you to be a protector of your time and your family's time with you, because sometimes it's hard to not feel like you must be all things to your clients, but you can't get time back with your family, and they are the most high priority given to you first to love and care for. I'm talking to myself here as much as I'm talking to you because of a thing called rural midwifery. You can't have time off and relax or enjoy midwifery as a calling, a job, or love if you don't have a support team. You need another midwife to leave things with, even if it's just for when you're sick or have a family emergency. And you need birth assistants that you know you can call and they'll actually show up. This is the most difficult part of midwifery, I believe. Don't view the other midwife or midwives in your community as competition, and keep those lines of communication open, if possible, so that you can support each other and come to each other's aid. Even if there are differences in the way you practice, being unwilling to work with her may be your downfall someday. So I'll urge all of you to be that for each other. If someone calls you, consider showing up for each other, because you know how hard it is at times, and at the least, don't commit unless you can follow through. If COVID taught us anything, it should be that any of us could have to hand over our practices at any time due to illness, so it's not a bad idea to have a plan in place for that. This kind of is an odd topic, but I wanted to mention one more thing that has to do with time off. If you're dependent on the income to live and care for your family, that's one thing. But if you're fortunate to have other income in your household, then be careful not to be dependent on midwifery income, because adding debt will not give you freedom to say no. I see this in birth center practices, since there are bills that have to be paid monthly, having staff to pay and a building to maintain. And so you must continue to take clients, sometimes ones that you really don't think are the best fit for you in your practice. But something to consider is, if you're thinking of opening one or expanding one, while we preach empowering people, I must remind you that it feels empowering to say no. And if you don't have that choice, then you're enslaved and stuck. I believe this is to be the quickest way to pile up the burnout. Okay, so what about work-related burnout? When reading through the Copenhagen burnout inventory, it was clear that lack of support staff, lack of experience, or not enough training, lack of professional recognition, and scarcity of resources were major factors. This is especially true if you're a home birth midwife in rural areas. Sometimes as midwives, it feels as if we're fighting the world to convince them we're safe, while trying to convince ourselves, because we understand the gravity of situations. And with COVID and the added risks that have come with pregnancy and birth during this time, that has only become more true. So I'm going to go through these different topics individually. So I'll be honest that the one thing that causes me the most stress in rural Texas is knowing whether or not a birth assistant will answer their phone at 3 a.m. to go to a birth with me. It's a struggle when you don't have that many midwives in the area, and ones that do live close have their own clients that may be 2 hours the opposite direction. So what do? I'd love to hear your answers. Maybe you could post those in the comments later. But currently I pray a lot, and I start making phone calls the moment I get a phone call from a woman with early labor signs. Soon I hope to pay 1 to 2 women each month a part-time salary to birth assist and to chart at prenatal appointments and just to be on call. I might even hand off some social media marketing to them. That's a chunk of change, but if the one thing that stresses me out the most doesn't get dealt with, then I'm losing years off my life and from lack of sleep due to overthinking this problem, and I need to find some solutions. Lack of training was another reason for work-related burnout in the Copenhagen burnout inventory. I know that every 2 years in Texas, we need 20 CEUs to renew our license, but that shouldn't be the only reason we're considering training. I'm not talking about online training either, even though sometimes that's how it has to be, and this is great. But going to a location where multiple midwives are together in a room can be hard to make happen with being on call for our clients. I think it's imperative to renew your love for this work, though. So just when I think I'm going to get a full-time job and be done with midwifery, then I end up having scheduled a workshop way in advance, and I've already paid to go. And so I go begrudgingly to it and end up ready to take on the world when I leave. It's something about the camaraderie and telling of stories and education on a new topic that encourages me to press on. Getting that education and a little bit of cheerleading is encouraging, but the cheerleading doesn't have to come from a fellow midwife. You might be lucky enough to have a supportive husband who brings you breakfast at 5 a.m. at a birth, or a best friend that can tell you that your bad attitude is what's holding you back, or one that calls you to remind you that you're wise and you should listen to your instincts because you made a good choice in the past. Maybe it's your community birth tribe that shares your website and info with all their friends saying that you were the best thing for their birth. Get yourself a cheerleader. It's good for your soul. Enlist the help of a doula or childbirth educator to share in educating and building a resource guide for you. They can also recommend you to their clients and vice versa. Doulas and childbirth educators also make your life better. If they are good and if they can shorten your time at a birth, then enrich the birth experience for the family and reduce the risk of having to transport, then you should try to pour into them. There have been times that I've even donated to them getting more of an education, which makes them even more of a cheerleader for you in their community, in the community. So earlier we heard about Senate bill, I think it's 735. Anyway, this is about that. In Texas, there's an even bigger work-related issue. While we have lots of freedom as midwives and are recognized by our state as independent practitioners, standing orders from a physician can be difficult to acquire. It's hard to be confident in what you're doing and who you are caring for, and especially to accomplish following standard of care practices in a state that doesn't provide orders for medications. Because it's not always about midwives not stepping out and asking for them. More often than not, we are seen as problematic and a liability or competition, making it harder for a physician to want to do this for us. I know that a few months ago, I received a text from my doctor that gave me standing orders. I had only paid for 6 months because I thought I might be moving away. And I decided that I didn't want to do that and wanted to stay in Abilene. So I went to renew my orders. And she texted me a few days later to say that the hospital had limited her to only sign for 5 practitioners outside of the hospital. And since she thought I was moving, she gave my spot away. That text came as I rolled into my vacation town. So I was a mess. And since I was only getting a weekend away, I did not enjoy much of my time, as it took a day to get myself pulled back to rest and relaxation. I literally had an anxiety attack for sure, and a moment went by when I thought, I quit. I don't want to do this anymore. See, I wasn't trained to use only herbs for hemorrhage, and I just can't imagine going to births without Pitocin and Cytotec, or not having the opportunity to offer antibiotics for GBS should a woman choose that. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't use homeopathics, herbs, oils, and such, but I do believe there's a place for medications, and I'm fine with people declining them, but I want to be able to offer the standard of care. So I believe as midwives in Texas, we are restricted and hindered by not having this right to order these without a doctor's oversight. And that does cause us a lot of stress that could lead to burnout. I feel that's one thing that we have to work to overcome for the future of midwifery, which of course, I know the ATM is working towards that. So another thing, it's invaluable to have a person, another midwife to share with and to consult with, maybe even to go as far as be accountable to, someone who can be bold enough to tell you when you've stepped outside of normal. It's called a checks and balances system. Most businesses have this, and you should too. It's never a good idea to hide away. I say this because I have seen it. Midwives who don't want anyone to know how they practice because they think someone else won't understand. What I have found is that if you cross lines in one area, you will be forced to continue stepping outside of your comfort zone or even away from normal pregnancy and labor situations until you must transfer. And then you will wait too long because you're going to hope for a change so that you don't have to defend yourself. This all causes too much stress and heartache, and honestly isn't good for you as a midwife, for your client, or those in your community that would like midwifery care in their future. So find yourself a person and allow them to weigh into your care. Ask a small group of midwives if you can do peer review with them. If you have students, burnout could come faster. It's just the truth. I was a student, so I feel that for my preceptors. You aren't getting to live out the best part of your dream because your student is catching all the babies and they're sucking the life from you with questions and paperwork. Students hear this and make sure you thank your preceptor in some special way and often. However, apprentices can be another eye into your practice if you let them be. They see what's happening from a different position, and if you let them voice concerns on occasion, maybe you can make it better for yourself and them. If you're a student midwife, consider making notes through your apprenticeship about the actual business and about difficulties with clients, what you like, what you don't like, so that you can remember when you start your own practice. Maybe you already know a lot about yourself, but it can be helpful to learn your strengths and weaknesses. Try taking an Enneagram test or a Myers-Briggs test. Here are the possibilities with each of those. For instance, I'm an Enneagram 3, which is called the successful achiever. As I said earlier, and an ENTJ, which means that I'm an extrovert that is also intuitive, a thinker, and a judger, which doesn't mean that I'm judgmental, but that I'm organized and make plans that I stick to, and I'm a rule follower for the most part. One of the things I learned about myself is how I tend to lead, or at least fall into that position when someone else isn't leading, and that was helpful, going forward, looking at other relationships with other midwives and clients. So personality traits can be helpful to know about yourself when you have conflict or you're struggling. I also think it's easier for some people to fall into traps based on their personality. Each type manages stress and deals with conflict differently, and knowledge can help you properly deal with it. If you don't know about these tests, you can Google free versions of them online to learn for yourself. Here's, if you do have knowledge of your Enneagram type, here are some websites that will help you learn more about yourself and how you can deal with these issues in a better way in regards to working with other people. So what if you read through the definition of burnout and the symptoms and you're already there? What can you do? Take some time off if at all possible, or at least limit clients, which may mean you have to hand some time off, or some of them off, to other midwives. Identify the main problems that are causing you grief, and do this early on in your rest period so that you don't forget some of the problems and have to go through this again. Ask your friends what you're missing. I often do this with a home birth mama that is a friend and owns her own business. I ask her, what am I doing wrong? What have I not thought of? And sometimes it's right under my nose. I just am too close to call it out. If you're a home birth midwife, you may need a group practice. I personally think that a 3 or 4 midwife team would make midwifery sustainable for all. Hold on just a second. It looks like it went out of there, so I'm going to have to go back. There we go. The power of stepping away. So some of the other things are, you can take care of yourself by telling yourself what you would tell a client. You can eat well, sleep often, and hydrate well. Exercise daily, or meditate or pray. Seek counseling or EMDR therapy for issues that you don't seem able to overcome. Are you a dreamer and just in need of a goal? Make a vision board. Figure out what all you want to do, barriers to the goals, and ways to make it happen. Prioritize and delegate. So lastly, cut out what eats away at your time that isn't meaningful, or find smarter ways to get the work done that you don't enjoy. Remember at the beginning of my talk, I talked about cell phones being the tool that fueled burnout. Social media apps are a close second. Did you know that the average person spends 137 minutes each day on social media? That's just as if you went to the movie theater once a day. The biggest time wasters beyond social media were procrastinating, not being organized, not having a schedule, not putting up boundaries to interruptions, and saying yes to too many things. So here's one personal tip that I have given myself permission to do. Self-care means giving yourself permission to pause. So when a friend asks me to help them, or a client asks me to take them on, I let them know that my schedule is busy, and then I'll have to check my calendar and get back to them. I've been wrong about just saying yes. Oh, sure, I can do that. I can handle that. But now I just step away and say, I can look and see if I can make that happen or not, and I'll get back to you. So I already know that my schedule is free or is busy mostly, but I can use this time to consider whether I can help them and feel good about it and do it with a happy heart, or maybe just see if it works towards my goals. You don't have to just be accommodating. I'm sure you've heard the term self-care. Everyone loves to throw around that term, but I personally dislike what people have made of it. When I hear it, I cringe at the thought of someone being self-centered, and I think of people that I know that spend a lot of money on themselves to make themselves feel better about their lives. Now, that doesn't mean I don't truly think that self-care is important. Like, I get my nails done or a massage here and there, but that's not going to cure my burnout. You can turn off the problems for maybe an hour or two, but you still come home to the same issues. You can take care of yourself and still not actually take care of yourself, because you don't get to the root of the problem, which might be to take something off your plate. What I found is this quote that I thought was so applicable. Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world, and today I am wise, so I'm changing myself. So what can we do as midwives right now in our practice to prevent burnout? We can lighten our daily patient load, determine what the best location is for our comfort, whether that's home or birth center. We can limit the size of our practice based on the amount of midwives on staff. We can make sure we have the space for doing prenatal care and births for the birth volume we take on seriously, because that's a real issue. We can manage the shifts worked and be willing to make accommodations to jump in when one midwife gets overwhelmed with a storm or full moon type births. Provide opportunities to learn more and do drills so that your midwives or your birth assistants can be prepared to be great decision makers. Don't try to take on too much as a medical provider instead of just being their midwife, meaning that we can't fix the abnormal or the sick, but we can direct them to other practitioners who can. Lift up those who make a difference, your sister midwives, your coworkers, your boss, because recognition is something that we rarely get from each other. Find your local resources so you have the information at your fingertips to hand off clients that have more issues than you can care for or risk them out. Ask other midwives for help and direction by consulting with them. Now, all those suggestions were specific to midwifery care and keeping it sustainable, but I also want to make sure you're working on your own mind and your individual and personal issues. I listened to a podcast of a professor of psychology that teaches at Toronto University and used to teach at Harvard with his own psychology practice. His name is Jordan Peterson. The talk was on how to deal with depression, and I found that suggestions are good for all people to have good mental health. Here are 6 principles that he said that if you're operating out of at least 4 of them each day, then most likely you will not be depressed. So a routine sleep schedule of when you go to bed and when you wake up. Now we can't control that with births. I know that's not possible, but we can try to get back on schedule as soon as possible. Having a well-balanced diet. This means we might have to think ahead to bring healthy snacks to births and not just ordering a burger or Chick-fil-A to be delivered or grabbing it on the road. Having friendships that will push you towards success. An intimate relationship, meaning a spouse, a best friend, but someone who will tell you when you're wrong and still love you unconditionally. A career with a chance for growth, which seems like on some parts of midwifery that we've hit this glass ceiling in our business, especially if you own your own home birth practice. But when you consider being skilled at many variables of birth, or being a preceptor, or teaching midwifery, or being on a midwifery board for education, or a midwifery lobbyist, there are still options for growth in those areas. A schedule for getting the most out of our day. That means it can still be fluid, but you're trying to keep 70% of it, is what he said. Keeping a schedule gives purpose to our day. And like I said, I know that's another one that would be hard for midwives, but you can try to stick to most of it and not just like let it fly off the handle. All of these tips are things that we would recommend to a woman with postpartum depression or anxiety. It's just that we don't always take those into consideration for ourselves like we ask our patients to do. And I am close to being done, but I just wanted to say I don't want to end on a sad or depressing note. So I wanted to go back to what makes midwifery great as a career and a calling. Our clients, the women that we serve, being there at the first breath of life and see couples become families, teaching little ones about how a baby grows and letting them help listen to their sibling. Our autonomy, the ability to set our own pace, autonomy in our practice, a wonderful community of dear midwives who've been there. Where we are all is something that other workplaces don't always have. My favorite is offering options that weren't given or explained in a hospital setting and seeing clients light up when you let them make choices that they weren't allowed to before. It really is a great job. We just have to work smarter and not harder to prove people you care and love, that you love and care for. And that is it. Thank you for letting me come.
Thank you, Sabrina. We're going to have some closing remarks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Muir, and I am the manager with the Regulatory Program Management section here at TDLR. And I have been asked and am honored to give closing remarks today. First off, I would like to apologize for the technical difficulties that some of you encountered this morning with the virtual platform and application. I think one thing that TDLR, or a couple of things that TDLR and midwives have in common, is our resiliency and our adaptability. And I'm thankful that we were able to come up with a way for everyone to watch and participate. I thank each and every one of you for your patience and perseverance. I also want to let you know that we are committed to working with you to get your CE credit and certificates. And Katie Bryce will talk more about what that process looks like when I'm done. But if you have questions or difficulties, you can always reach out to us. I would like to give a huge shout out to our amazing web and multimedia team, Michael Fickle and Kevin Harris, for working through our difficulties this morning and helping us brainstorm and implement workarounds. They have also been working behind the scenes all day and have helped us with run-throughs prior to today's summit. A special thank you to our presenters, Lori Frimgen, Anissa Sartini, Dr. Guillory, Dr. Nix, Derek Burkhalter, and Sabrina Elliott. I would also like to thank those who helped them research and prepare their presentations for today. We truly appreciate each of you and the time that you took to prepare and present. Your passion for and dedication to the profession and well-being of all beautiful birthing bodies and their babies makes these summits possible. As a token of our appreciation, each presenter is being sent an Amazon gift card. In addition to those already mentioned, there's a team of staff here at TDLR that worked many hours to make today happen. Katie Bryce and Mary Hoffman with the Regulatory Program Management Division, Kayla Potter and Shanice Villanueva with our Education and Examination Division. We begin these preparations months in advance with a task list of about 70 items, and a lot of those items have multiple parts. And with each summit, we tend to learn something new, and so that living document gets added to and changed. It's a huge undertaking, and I'm thankful to each of those members for their efforts. I'd also like to thank Mary Winston with our Office of Strategic Communication. She works closely with us and helps run point and coordinate with our executive staff, as well as Anna Clark and advisory board support for getting our agenda published, and Tila Mange in our Office of Strategic Communication, who helps with our messaging and outreach leading up to the event. Thank you to Brian Francis, our inspirational executive director, who gave birth to this idea of collaboration and learning and entrusted our team with bringing his vision to fruition. We will miss Brian dearly, but his legacy will live on here at TDLR through initiatives such as this one. Finally, thank you to everyone who took time today to attend and stuck with us. There was some great stuff shared here today, and I hope each attendee found the topics were beneficial to you and your practice. We look forward to seeing you at future summits. Also, we are always looking for topics and presenters, so if you feel called to participate in a future summit, please let us know. We are still going to attempt the breakout sessions. It was retested over break, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. So Katie is going to provide more information on how the breakouts will work, as well as how to get your CE credit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Heather. I'm going to share some information. Let me pull it up big screen so you can see it. Okay, so we are going to do the breakout sessions. We originally had them scheduled for 4:15. Since we finished a little earlier, we will probably try to start those at 4. So we'll have just a little bit of a break, allow people to get off of YouTube or get off of this session, find your registration link for the breakout session and join that. While we're in the breakout sessions, I would like to give these guidelines. Please participate. We want you to share your thoughts. The whole point of the breakout sessions is to allow for some interaction with other midwives and other attendees. I know that when we have these sessions in person, you know, some of the best conversations and connections occur during breaks when people can, you know, go see people that they haven't seen in a while and catch up. And we can't really do that in the virtual platform. So we're going to try the breakout sessions and hope that they work. You know, fingers crossed. They worked when we practiced them. If they don't, then, you know, we apologize in advance, but I'm confident they're going to. So also please be respectful of the thoughts and opinions of others when you're in your breakout session and be kind. Please do not dominate a discussion. If you have something to offer, please share it, but allow everyone to contribute equally to a discussion. I'm going to give some more information when we join the breakout sessions, but we're wanting people to share 3 takeaways that they learned from the presentations today. So while we have our short break in between, please kind of be thinking about what you learned today and what you want to offer up in the breakout session. And I also want to give information for the survey. So we have the instructions up on the Midwives Educational Summit webpage. Once you exit the YouTube page, you will be able to go back to refresh the Midwives Educational Summit webpage. And at the top of the screen, you will see these instructions. There's a poll everywhere poll. We are going to ask you to enter your name, your license number if applicable, and your email address. I added that because we're going to use the survey as a way to give out continuing education credits. Please still feel like you can be honest and frank in your comments. We are not going to be tracking people's names with the responses received. And your feedback is really valuable to us as we continue to develop future summits. So there are different ways to join the survey. You can download the Poll Everywhere app. You can just go to the web page. You can also do it using text messaging. I haven't tried doing that, but I have been told it works. The survey will just ask questions about the different presentations today and then also about future summits. So please do fill that out, even if you don't want CE credits, but especially if you do want CE credits. And that is all I have to say about these instructions. So we will take a 5-minute break. Everybody can exit out of this and then find the registration for the breakout session. Use that link to join the breakout session, and we will start at 4. Thank you.